2 p.m. We will start with a roll call for the record. I am the chair, Dr. Carmen Sultan, and I am present. When I call your name, please indicate if you are present. Vice Chair Utz.
Present.
Board Member Anderson.
Present.
Board Member Herndon. Not present. Board Member Urier.
Here. Present.
Board retreats offer opportunities for the board to engage in more in-depth analysis of data, engage in discussions, and access relevant information. Retreats occur quarterly and are open to the public. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the first item.
The first item on the agenda is the Blue and Gold Institute. I would like to call on Dr. Dwayne Sproul, principal of Decatur High School.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed board members, Board Representative Batra, and Superintendent Dr. Jimmy Whitaker. Thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the Blue and Gold Institute for the 2026-27 school year. Every student in city schools of Decatur deserves not just access to learning, but access to belonging, opportunity, and a clear path to graduation. In the years following the pandemic, we expanded virtual learning to meet real and urgent needs. That decision was the right one. But over time, we learned something important. When learning becomes disconnected from school life, students can quietly drift academically, socially, emotionally, further from graduation, and further from the experiences that make school meaningful. The Blue and Gold Institute is about closing that distance. It's about ensuring flexibility does not become isolation, and choice does not become disconnection. Our why is simple and urgent. Students will remain connected to adults, peers, activities, purpose, and more likely to stay engaged, persist through challenges, and graduate prepared for what comes next. While we can surely boast a 96% graduation rate, we know that all means all must be more than a mantra. It must be strategic. Blue and Gold Institute, or BGI, is a non-traditional, structured academic intervention and re-engagement program grounded in the 9 Georgia Alternative Education Program standards to ensure excellence and accountability. It integrates rigorous, standards-aligned instruction and individualized graduation planning for counseling, social service, and transition support, all guided by clear communication and ongoing evaluation. BGI is a program, not a separate school, and will function as an inclusive component of Decatur High School. As part of this work, CSD is integrating Decatur Virtual Academy onto the campus of Decatur High School so that students remain DHS students while accessing BGI for part of the year. The primary goals of BGI are to increase engagement for full-time virtual students, provide credit recovery and online initial credit opportunities, and ensure certified, skilled staff to support core academics and special education. At the heart of our purpose is the belief that the traditional classroom isn't the only path to success. Our purpose is to provide personalized pathways specifically designed for students who need to recover credits, re-engage with their studies, simply stay connected to the high school experience in a non-traditional way. We're here to ensure that every single student has the support they need to chart a meaningful route, not just to graduation, but to whatever incredible journey lies beyond graduation. The BGI will provide students with credits, as well as the skills to maintain progress and community experiences to spark motivation beyond the classroom. Students will have the exposure to post-secondary institutions and professional training programs that lead directly to employment after high school. This slide highlights the students the BGI is designed to serve, students whose needs are not fully met by the traditional high school setting. First, we serve secondary students 6 through 12 enrolled fully virtually, including those learning online due to disciplinary placement or family choice, while remaining enrolled in city schools in Decatur. Upper elementary students will continue to receive support for any online accelerated course they may take. Second, we support traditional high school students who need flexible scheduling, including those who benefit from blended or self-paced learning due to medical, mental health, or personal circumstances. Finally, we serve students who are off track for graduation including those experiencing course failures, chronic absenteeism, or disengagement, and who need timely credit recovery to stay on track. Across all groups, the Blue and Gold Institute is a program, not a separate school, designed to remove barriers, maintain rigor, and ensure every student stays connected and supported. Why now? Because our data show that too many students are signaling risk early, and the window to respond is very narrow. Our MTSS ABC data for the current 10th grade class shows rising needs in attendance, behavior, and credit completion. Nearly half of the students in MTSS for behavior require targeted or individualized support. In just 1 month, 16 students missed 6 or more days of school, and several are already failing multiple courses. At the same time, 68 10th graders are engaged in credit remediation, many of whom need to recover more than one course. Social emotional screening reinforces this urgency, with nearly 10% of students showing elevated or extremely elevated risk. The Blue and Gold Institute allows us to respond now by providing on-campus proximity, personalized support, and flexible pathways before students fall further behind. Most importantly, it ensures that what we are seeing in the 10th grade today does not become a defining story of the class of 20. These students should be walking across the stage confident and prepared to graduate. By absorbing the Decatur Virtual Academy, there will be some staffing shifts that will allow current employees to continue in CSE. The DVA director, Arlethea Williams, who has served 30 years at CSD, will retire at the end of the school year. The Blue and Gold Institute coordination includes core responsibilities of a traditional graduation coach, credit monitoring, recovery planning, student check-ins, and progress tracking, and expands that work to include daily coordination of instructional support, on-campus re-engagement, collaboration with counseling and communities and schools, transition planning, and oversight of flexibility and virtual pathways. As a result, the DHS graduation coach role was shifted to a Blue and Gold Institute coordination role, with increased responsibilities such as summer school and modified daily duties focused on participating students. This expanded scope requires additional days and dedicated coordination time. The DHS administration will supervise the program and provide leadership to ensure alignment, accountability, and student outcomes. The current paraprofessional who manages the online learning room will be reassigned to another school location or a different role at Decatur High School. Counseling and the relationships remain a focus as they have been a tenet of the Decatur Virtual Academy. Finally, the 2 current DVA teachers will transition to other roles within CSD, and there will be a focus on finding 2 teachers, at least one whom will have a special education background. For these roles, we'll be looking for teachers with multiple core certifications. The process begins with family elections, during which families complete the enrollment process for full virtual learning using established criteria and timelines. Next is a referral review, which may be initiated by a counselor or administrator. The review includes recent academic data, attendance records, and behavior history to ensure we have a complete picture of the student's needs. We then move to a student services review where the team confirms that Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 supports have been implemented and evaluated. Before any placement decision is made, we prioritize family engagement through an interview and orientation to review expectations, readiness, and student responsibilities. The process concludes with an enrollment decision based on data, space availability, and program fit. Families receive written confirmation and clear next steps. The process ensures entry into the Blue and Gold Institute is thoughtful, data-informed, and centered on student success. Just as important as the entry process is the transition back to Decatur High School on a full-time basis, which remains the clear goal of the Blue and Gold Institute. Once a student is back on track, the expectation is a high school setting. A transition meeting with the student and family will set expectations and outline how supports will continue during this shift. Students must demonstrate sustained progress, including passing grades, consistent attendance, and strong self-management skills to ensure success. As part of this transition, students may enroll in the One Goal program, which provides structured preparation for college and post-secondary pathways and a consistent connection to a caring adult, the One Goal Program Director, who meets with students at least 3 days each week. One Goal supports students in exploring a range of post-secondary options, including trade schools, 2- and 4-year colleges, and universities. Community-wide communication will be the next step in the process. Later today, I will briefly introduce the BGI to the staff at Decatur High School. We will also have a process for CSD staff to apply for the 2 available teaching positions. We will finalize instructional spaces that will house BGI and provide future updates. All means all. This is another step towards providing an avenue for students to be college and career ready. Thank you for your time, and I will open the floor for questions.
I'm totally new to this, so.
Okay.
So the BGI is like for students that enroll full-time, not part-time?
No, so most of our students have not, I'd say 98% of our students are all enrolled full-time. So it's a full-time student, but it may be that
Like
you
they
need,
can do half?
it may be part day in BGI
Okay,
and part day in the
okay.
traditional high school
Do
setting.
credit recovery?
Yes, credit recovery,
for that.
right.
And it sounds like you have to be an MTS to get to it, or I'm just wondering if other students,
You're not required to be MTSS, but that is the mechanism to kind of check to see where students are at and is an appropriate placement. Give you an example, I think we have, at times, a student may have a family situation where an ill parent, they may be eligible as well for BGI and have perfectly good grades. It may not be a situation where it could be outside of the line. So that would sound like under other circumstances.
okay.
So, but the MTSS process is really for the students that have fell behind. Additionally, what we've seen is we're not really catching those students until they're like beginning of the senior year, the middle of their junior year. And that's why I went back to the data for 10th grade, because we can catch them a year early, get them back on track, and then they can get back into the regular high school setting.
It's mainly for credit recovery.
Yes.
And, because I just don't know, in terms of the courses that are offered, they take the courses at home? Like, they can physically,
It'll be both. So just like the virtual academy, we'll have students that come in. We'll also serve students that have elected to. I talked to parents last night that their student won an Emma King Award. He's totally virtual. I made a call to make sure they were coming to the award ceremony tomorrow. And they were like, oh, he's totally virtual. I didn't even know he's totally virtual, but he submitted, he's still a part of the high school through the contest. He's completed. You could be partially virtual, or you could be full-time in the building. And that's a big change from what our virtual school has been.
they can come in if they want physically and log in.
Yes.
And then the teachers are online to support them.
Teachers are in the room now. The difference.
And the courses, I mean, I'm just, learning. I'm just wondering, if students, maybe there aren't courses at the high school that they want to take, would BGI be able to serve them, or
So-
is that more dual enrollment?
So dual enrollment is separate very much so, but we have Pearson, which is an online platform that we use, and Georgia Virtual Schools. So all courses will run through one of those 2 programs.
Through BGI does Pearson or?
Right. The
Georgia.
virtual school does that currently, and that's what we would incorporate. The other part of that is that, one thing that I wanna make sure we emphasize that students can also take virtual classes and not be in the classroom. They can do those at home at other times. So I wanna
Okay.
make sure that's not
There's some
changed.
unique course that they want to
Yes.
take that maybe
Right.
it's not offered at the school, that would be through BGI or some other?
We will coordinate with them to
Uh-huh.
sign them up, but they were taking that on their own at home.
But that would be through BGI or dual enrollment?
So dual enrollment is for college classes, which really is separate totally.
Okay, high school level
So,
class.
high school level classes would still be managed with our current graduation coach who's transitioning, would
Okay,
manage that process.
okay.
Yes.
You have the Pearson,
Pearson and the Georgia Virtual School.
Georgia
Yes,
Virtual
yes.
School. Okay, got it.
Dr. Sullivan, then.
Yeah. Just very quickly, kids that are on homebound for medical reasons will qualify for this as well?
Yes, we will serve them through BGI as well.
And what is the relationship like with the middle school? Because it sounds like it's very, focused towards the high
Yes.
school, but it does, says 6 through 12.
Yeah, so 6 through 12, because we still have students that are virtual, and what we made the decision was that we would still serve those students. How many do we have that's not discipline related, Ms. Williams? We just have 4 right now that are being served. We would still serve those, and then any student that is in below 6th grade and is accelerated usually in math, we would serve those students if they're taking a high school level or middle school level course, and they're younger.
So the principals would just have to work together.
Correct.
On slide 8, you talked a little bit about enrollment and space availability. What is our estimate of space requirements, and how flexible are we on that? I would hate to be telling a kid no because we're out of space. I would rather instead have a conversation about resources and what we can do to ensure there's sufficient space for all the students that need it.
So right now, what we did was we created, I don't want to say it, I guess I can say it. We have a space that has it's an accordion room.
Mm-hmm.
We close up just like this room here.
Yeah.
So we have more spaces. So I would think that anytime we could serve 30 students easily, maybe 35
Okay.
in that space. I don't know that we'd have that many that are actually in the building. And then you got to remember that some kids are coming and going, like in this room with us sitting here. It could be that you all out in the high school, and the folks in the back are actually in the room for different periods.
So, yeah, I understand that as it's structured, we may not run into space issues in this first year.
Right.
If it's a popular program and we begin to run into space issues.
Right.
I would rather us have a conversation about resources than a conversation about restrained access.
Gotcha. Well, the other part is that this is the space we're moving in for this year. As we have our renovations, it may be that we move somewhere else. Sure. But we will have more space in the building at that point.
At the end of the day, I want everybody, but I think the philosophy of the program should be accommodate the students, even if that means fixing resources on our side to ensure there's the space.
Right. Ms. Winston told us that she's full, and she's probably taking 5 or 6 more kids with the DVA since she said she was full, at least. We will service the kids for sure.
To answer that as well, currently with our staff, they're in the houses. And so, as you know, with the Early Learning Center, there is that part that is not Early Learning Center, but it is space, and that's part of what it's used for. It will be designed to serve students that cannot go, because, you know, in virtual, you have students that can't go back on campus. And so right now, those individuals will come to the Wilson Center and they go in a conference room. And so this is where they will have designated space to serve and support students.
I just want to make sure I understand some of this, and I think it's piggybacking on what you were asking, Hans, and what you were asking, Lorraine, because there is clearly going to be a space issue. It's like enrolling for any class. Right now, what I'm seeing is the priority is for students who, you know, possibly for behavior issues, health reasons. But what, in the event that students who are doing dance, athletics, or anything else for which they too want flexibility, is that something like I see, you know, families complete the enrollment, then there's a referral, and then there's a review. So is there going to be a limit or some type of specification of who gets first priority? Because otherwise, what I'm seeing in many districts is, like I brought up with Fulton's kind of virtual day attendance when students have athletic events, a lot of students are looking like people working at home for learning options.
So that's already in place. So we have our tennis players, we have students too, soccer. Yeah. So that is still in existence, and that just rolls into this.
And they're the current virtual academy students?
Yes, correct.
The entire process that we meet, instructional cabinet meets to determine if placement is approved, and that's who uses the current DVA structure is not for just students who are there for discipline. It's for all of that.
My 2 soccer moms want to meet with me every year. Their schedules, and nothing really changes. Outside Atlanta United deciding to come into the building, but they want the experience of having the virtual access. They also want the experience of coming into the building because of those connections with their friends. You know,
and we have it for middle and high school. So we have some DVA students that are in that elite sports that do that from the middle school perspective, and we have it in the high school perspective.
And then I think the other thing I was confused about is, I'm hearing that students can do it virtual, and then they have the access to support in the building. Are students able to piece together a hybrid as well?
And that was, the soccer players I'm talking about, they both are hybrid. They have some classes with Ms. Williams. They also come into the building for a few classes. It's all based on what they can get into based on their soccer schedule.
And then I think the final thing is the exit criteria. So in the event that it's like Georgia Virtual School, and let's say it's February,
Yeah.
and the student now is passing and wants to come back to the high school, they just pick up with the school-based curriculum, or they continue?
So the GAB is probably a whole year.
Yeah.
Pearson is more set for Pearson as the recovery. Right, Ms. Williams?
Yes,
Okay. Sure.
Not inserting a class, a student in the class, especially also make sure that the grading process is that it's important that. Well, we've done that even before.
And because, yeah.
Reason, we always make it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's used for like OSS kids who are,
No, so it won't be, we have a separate, so OSS, if they're long-term suspended, it would be, with, BGI.
Okay.
They could not come in the building, because that's part of
Okay.
the state law.
okay.
Yeah. That's what Dr. Whitaker was speaking about, with the new facility to have space where it could come in.
Okay.
You can't go back in on your
Wouldn't be
campus or your home campus.
It's on
Who
campus.
you in. I think that's, then,
Yeah.
any okey doke going on with it.
Issue.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. How many kids are in DVA right now? I'm curious. In the whole district? 6 through 10?
Well, actually, we have,
Acceleration. Your acceleration for math is something that is done through DVA, if you will, but it's really a local school, elementary school model. They know how to.
Wait, can I ask one question about that then? I thought there was a bill that's currently out that's requiring a certain number of math minutes, either per day or per week.
There is numeracy legislation, but crossover day it has not crossed over. But
Okay.
today, I think it's the crossover day is the 5th, next Friday, but it hasn't crossed from one chamber to the other. On the House floor today is being heard the literacy bill, the weapons detection bill. Are the other ones being heard today? There's 5 major education bills being heard today
Yeah,
on the House floor. I'll tell you in a second.
I think one was weapons detection.
We have weapons detection, access, cell phones, weapons detection, and literacy are all being heard today on the House floor. So, so when you think about the budget implications of what some of these pieces would be, for literacy, there are what would be funding coming through for instructional coaches potentially. Weapons detection, as written, is single point of entry from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. Cell phones right now is bell to bell, not instructional time. So that's a change for us. Hope Access is not necessarily a budget implication, but college and career academies, we do have one, but it allows for more formalization of that. So those are what would be 5 bills in and of itself that would have to be heard on the floor and still cross, and we don't know what it would look like in May, but continue to watch that legislation.
Dr. Sproul, Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
The second item on the agenda is whole board governance training. I would like to call on Ms. Valerie Wilson, Executive Director of the Georgia School Boards Association, and Dr. Sam King, Director of Board Development and Superintendent Search Services. Both people are very familiar with City Schools of Decatur.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
Like I'm home.
Yes. It's, very rare when, I get to be in Decatur doing this, because a lot of times when it's Decatur, as you all know, I opt not to come to Decatur. And part of the reason that I opt not to come to Decatur is because I never want to give anybody the impression that I can't give it up, right? That I cannot not be a school board member anymore. But I think that all of you all will find that when your school board service is done, if you ever decide that it's done, that you will feel like once a school board member, always a school board member, right? Hitting someone the other day because I said, I don't go to dinner in Decatur. Like, I don't go to restaurants in Decatur. And a part of that is because being on the board in Decatur, where we have what I think is one of the best communities in the state, and sometimes when you're sitting in the seats, it doesn't necessarily feel that way, because there's always someone that's got a position or that is wanting something that may or may not be counter to the positions that you have or that you have to take. And a lot of times that is because they're not privy to a lot of the things that you are privy to. And quite honestly, it's not designed for them to be privy to every single thing that you are privy to. Because if that were the case, it'd be the whole community just doing it. They elect you for a reason, and they elect you to do that work, right? But for me, it was at the end of the day, and I'm gonna be real blunt and just say this, at the end of the day, some of the vitriol that came didn't cease. And it was like, I don't want to sit in Decatur and have dinner, because I want to sit and have dinner with tea and teeth, right? So it's kind of stuck. I say that because it's true. And as I've watched you all go this past year through some of the things that you've gone through, with some really tough decisions, and tough decisions that I will tell you are not just happening in Decatur, not just happening in the state of Georgia, happening all across this country, and for various reasons, right? One of the biggest with the schools and determining what you're going to do about the schools. There may be some people in this room that might still be in here, Karen, maybe one of them. But remember when we went through this, when I sat on this board, right, and dealing with declining populations in schools, and being a board member and having to take a vote to close the very school that educated my husband and his siblings, but there were 99 kids in that building. 99 kids, right? And it cost just as much to open that building as it did to open all of our buildings. And having to make tough decisions was really hard, but that's what you signed up for when you decided to put your name on the ballot, to make tough decisions, but to make those decisions based on what was best for kids, best for the students in this community, and not for anybody else, for the students. And that's something that I applaud you all for doing that hard work. I would not get back in your seats for all the money in the world, but I applaud you all for doing that work. So Dr. King and I are here today to talk with you all about your norms and protocols and kind of walk protocols with you. You've always heard us say that when there is a new member to the team, the whole new team. I don't care if it's just one person. I don't care if it's 2 people or it could be 4 people, right? Whatever, whenever there's a change, if it's a change in superintendent, that is a new team. It's a new dynamic. And that's what we are here today to kind of talk through. You all have your norms and protocols. And come on up, Dr. King. Don't leave me up here by myself now. So we're going to walk through those. Most of you all know me, and I think most of you know Dr. King. I know that your newest member met us briefly at the board meeting. I've had an opportunity to have other conversations with you, But I want Dr. King just kind of to make sure he reintroduces himself to you so you can know who he is and what he brings to the table.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Afternoon, Dr.
All right, good to be with your governance team. I'm Samuel King. I am a retired school superintendent as well. This is now my 42nd year in public education. Started at teacher's level. Well, classroom teacher, assistant principal, central office, superintendent, et cetera. So, I feel like the common thread throughout what we do and what we're doing to support the mission and vision of the association itself, it really centers on the calling to support public education and ensure that all of the students across the state of Georgia experience a really highly effective governance experience, which results in the likelihood that they're going to move on to college or career, the world of work, and have a quality experience in life. So, preaching to the choir here, you all know that, but, and that's what we're here to support with you. Valerie mentioned your norms and protocols and having a new member of the team, and that you have to revisit things when that happens. So, the first thing that I would urge you to do is to think about, is do a reflection of, and you might have done this, but I want to make sure, of what really is the role of your rituals and routines. That would be your norms and protocols. Why do you have them? How should they support your work? You chose certain categories for a reason. When a new member joins the team, to review each segment, to ensure that you understand, again, to review, but also to orientate your new member across those categories and have conversations. And sometimes it requires that you tweak things. And so that's what we're here to do, is to support that for you, but also to begin the first conversation around ensuring that you understand the roles and responsibilities as it relates to domain.
Yeah, and part of what we've said to you before, and I'll say it again because I do think it's important. As you can see, Dr. King is a former superintendent. I'm a former school board member. When we do this work across the state with other boards, we like to pair it up like this because it is important. It's a governance team. These are your norms and your protocols as a governance team. So it's important that we do this together because at no point ever is it good for students, for the board to be here and the superintendent to be here. The recipe for the outcomes for the students in your district. You should be aligned and working collaboratively. Aligned does not mean that every vote is 5-0. Aligned does not mean that. I have a mission and a belief system that is aligned, and the decisions that you make will always be grounded in what you believe is best for the students, right? And if you are aligned in that mission and the belief of what you believe is best for your students, and specifically your strategic plan, what you have said, along with your community and your staff and all engaged, is what you want to see happen for your students, as long as you are aligned in that, it does not matter if it's a 5-0 vote or a 5-1 vote. It is important. It is important that those decisions are aligned to the information and the data that you receive to support your decision as it relates to that issue. Does it make sense? So it's real important that we get to that place. But starting from this, I guess we will start with Domain 1 and kind of talk about that. Domain 1 is governance. And I'm going to say this. I'm working right now. I have my board retreat with the GSBA Board of Directors next weekend. And one of the things that we are doing is the board commitment and operating, right? That's norms and protocols. And I think it's important that I say that to you because I have that with my board of directors as well. And it is about how we will operate with each other, but also how we will operate in the face of our community. And when we say this is who we are, and you are our community, our members, and if you
If we believe that norms and protocols are important for you, we have to believe that they are important for us. When I think about public education right now, and I think about the attacks that's happening, and trust me, they are happening on public education, the last place we need for them to be happening is within the board itself. Attacks should not be coming from within this team. And the way that we can help to nullify those attacks are to make sure that we are moving as a team consistent with our norms and protocols. Governance.
So let's ensure that you understand that these norms and protocols are linked to your standards in the domain, right? Want to make sure that we all understand as a governance team, those standards and domains are in state board rules. Those are things that are required in terms of how you do your work. These domains now, 9 domains. Last time we were with you, we were discussing 8 domains. The 9th one is now school safety. However, we're focusing on that first one. What we want you to remember is that that's not something that we have developed at Georgia School Boards Association as a curriculum that was initiated and had as its origin with the association. Although we wholeheartedly embrace it, we feel like it's the right stuff, but we didn't develop that. It is in state board rule that this first domain, which is board governance, is required in state board. Our role is to help you become even more effective with how you implement and deliver your services as it relates to that. So that first domain, which is governance, and more specifically, standard D, and it reads, the governance leadership team demonstrates a unified approach to governing the school system in order to assure effective fulfillment of roles and responsibilities. This should be fresh on your minds because I understand that you've been immersed in self-assessment, right?
Yes, I just, I don't have the newest one, and I don't know what have you, but actually I'm going to send you this. You want me to ping it to you via? Sure. I got you.
All right, so as you do that, this standard, it should be fresh on your minds because if you've been immersed in completing your self-assessment, you've read that. You've reflected on how you're doing. The key for us is that we work to make sure that you don't do that just to check a box, of course, that you really reflect and think about what you're doing extremely well, and then what are some of your challenges, if you feel that you have those. So you heard the latter part of what I mentioned as far as Standard D, that it relates to the governance team's roles and responsibilities. And
You just have to scroll. So that's the older version.
Yeah, and this domain it hadn't changed.
It hadn't changed, which is
Fine. Yeah.
here it is. First.
Yes. You see where it says to assure effective fulfillment of roles and responsibilities? Before you get into the norms and protocols in that discussion, we want to kind of hear from you in terms of what you discuss your self-assessment, but for us, kind of segue into that. I want to make sure that you're on the same page with this. Okay? That first element says that you participate in professional development, of course, as a team. That when you do that, it mentions that your superintendent as CEO could be optional in terms of that. However, when you enter into whole board governance training, there's not an option for the superintendent, and it needs to be with the team. And so you're displaying that now. The next piece where it says, in terms of what I want to kind of be laser focused on would be professional development curriculum based on your results. I want to remind you that as Dr. Whitaker we'll move into developing a training plan, moving even into the next fiscal year. What she will be doing is taking a look at the results of your self-assessment, your governance team self-assessment, and then having conversation with your board chair and then with you about what that really indicates in terms of your needs. And you will jointly develop your training plan. So you're in the middle of that real time now as far as conversation. But, yes.
I commented on D, and I think what I asked in the self-assessment was maybe clarity on like processes for the dissemination of information to result in that unified approach. And so listening to what you just said, it sounds like it starts with the board chair and then moves to the rest of us.
In terms of,
Well, I think, like, so Dr. Whitaker would obviously look at the self-assessment and then based on things that, you know, we may have identified as themes or connect to things we need, but then does it start with the board chair kind of like setting an agenda for a board meeting, or does it come to all of us at the same time?
right. Well, typically, when you're dealing with, if we use self-assessment and the results
Sure.
of a self-assessment as an example, usually governance teams will come together like you are right now. And those results then are reported out. Now, there will be variance around how some teams would do that. Now, there might have been some prior conversation between the superintendent and the chair about building that agenda. Obviously, that happens as you do your agenda planning. You utilize your agenda planning formula that you have in place. And so part of that is probably in your rituals and routines, which gets us to that point. So you develop rituals and routines around how you do that. But good.
And as far as the action plan of professional learning, so when you think about the professional development curriculum for the whole board or individual training, when the self-assessment is completed, if you remember, we take a look at, based upon what are the areas of improvement, and then GSBA, so Julia, would suggest books to us. So she gave us community strategies book was a book that was actually given to us by Julia as to build to that plan. But anytime we have certain professional learning segments that GSBA is facilitating for us in our whole board governance training, those sections or sessions were based upon the results of the assessment. So we look at the entire catalog and say, okay, what is in alignment? I will often ask, if this is in alignment, but we need to tweak it a little bit, and I will, you know, of course, talk with Julia about that. And then when it comes time to set the retreat agenda, that's why you will see building, there is a specific one that GSBA has about building engagement. That's the blanket version of that GSBA module, but that GSBA module is then tweaked for us when GSBA delivers it. And so we create that training plan every year, that professional development. So when we go to GSBA in the summer, I typically have that binder with me that says, here is the tentative plan for next year. And so these are the things that we've seen from this assessment, what I'm hearing now that we've finished Great on Their Behalf, or now that we've finished the governance core, now that we've finished community and strategy. But you know what I mean, community strategy, folks. Now here is what I'm thinking. And I get your feedback on that often when we're at GSBA, because that is when we're all together. Or I'll give you the Goodreads for, like I said, we could do Speed of Trust. I gave you a couple options. And then we discussed, and you said, this is the one we're going to use. So that training, professional development, and curriculum delivery is what I do. And then Melinda submits that every time, we all have to do the signatures and all that, and that gets submitted to the DOE to say that you've actually engaged in that professional learning.
I
Thank
think
you.
I heard in your, I think I heard a process question in
Yeah.
there as well.
Yeah, and
And
that's
the
kind of.
the process question, I think Dr. King answered around the fact that there are boards who do it in different ways. But, if you were to say, okay, what is the better practice of that? It depends upon the board, but in most instances, I would say the majority of the instances, now you correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. King, because you have one superintendent and you have 5, 7, 9, or 10 board members, there are 10, God bless them, 10 board members, right? It is easier sometimes with the process because you've all participated in the self-assessment. You have answered to the best of your abilities in the self-assessment how you think you are doing as a board member and your input into the process, right? And many times, I'll go back to me, and I try really hard not to do that, Kate, but I'm gonna go back to me. When I was board chair, I sat in that meeting, I heard everybody's, we pulled it together, we looked at everybody's, but it was me, based on the input from my members, when we did that, to sit down with the superintendent and to say, here are the areas as a governance team that we are thinking about. And then that feeds back out to you all. But when you start building the plan, because it is, you want her to do that work out there, but you also need her to do the work here with the board, and you don't want to consume, because this could be consuming with building the board. Does that make sense?
So, to continue along that line, I want you to think about all of this, because this is a timely conversation in that you are in the middle of probably getting to the point of discussing those results, right, from a self-assessment. So think about how you utilize it, because we just talked about that. The self-assessment should be the core driver of what you use when you build your training plan. Because if you take it serious when you are actually completing it, it's going to tell you what your strengths are, what you do at an average level, and what you feel like you're extremely good at. And it could help you build that plan. However, not all governance teams will use self-assessment for that. But we highly recommend that you do, because you cover your bases when you do that. There are some governance teams that will take another approach to that. So we don't dictate that to you, but we do recommend. Now that you are in the middle of doing this, so let's think about how you are utilizing it. To what I think was part of the original question, how do you get that information out with the results and the analysis? You need to think about what works for you as a team now. But one thing that certainly is recommended is that you come together as a governance team to take a look at those results. As you do that, you break it down by domain. It tells you what that analysis revealed. And I don't know if you use, okay, if you do, you see it.
Can we see each other's?
We will.
We will.
Yeah. So, and then you're able to, because like, for example, with this particular domain, you would have read all of these elements and you will respond, and you're on target with some satisfactory, and maybe you feel like something is in need of made a comment possible. So that gives you an opportunity to talk about that comment. That particular board member might decide they want to identify themselves to say, well, I like that comment, and here's the reason why. But you don't have to, right? But actually, it gives you a chance to talk about all of those items, because the entire team might have thought that you're doing extremely well with domain 1 overall. But there might have been a couple of comments that were there that might give the team a little bit of pause. So it makes sense to talk about it, but not to overreact to it, right? So comments on what your cadence has been on that? Or this is just a new conversation now?
We haven't seen the assembly results.
Right, I'm just saying what you anticipated, how you anticipated utilizing this, or you just hadn't had that conversation.
I mean, I anticipated the way roughly you're talking about, but maybe it's because as a teacher, I'm used to every year, you've got to set goals, you've got to look, you've got multiple things that you're getting presented to you and dictated to you, so.
We've also done this in the past.
Yeah. Right.
With this particular domain in particular, you may have some comments, like you're saying, that deviate from what the entire will of the group looks like. And it can be a topic for discussion, but does that mean that we need to make whole process change?
No.
Not necessarily. And I think that it's the same kind of process when we do the superintendent's evaluation.
Right.
That the great majority of the board scores overwhelmingly satisfactory, but then there's some comments that are topics for discussion. But does that mean that we need to change something? Not necessarily, just maybe a topic where we need to discuss something. I think that's something we need to keep in mind as we go through it. I think the way that you've explained this is that this particular domain is explaining how we educate each other and how ultimately where we see areas we need to massage gets transferred out. Differentiation, I think, to your question about how day-to-day information and processes get disseminated is different from this.
That's in
Yeah,
another,
absolutely.
that's in another.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and that's, and to that point, that's what I meant when I said by comments, and governor's team should not overreact to them, right? So,
Governance is the one that I'm not picking on our new board member here.
Okay.
But this is the one that always pops to the top when there's new faces on the board, because I know it happened with me when I came onto the board. I had a lot of experience with city commissioners. I had a perspective that as an elected person of the community, I'm like a city commissioner, and you run very, very quickly into state law saying you are not. Like, this is a fundamentally different role, and you have to execute that role differently. And so this is where this always ends up getting a lot of comment because it's different. Like, this is a learning process that we all have to go through together.
I may be misremembering this one, but isn't this the standard that identifies our three roles as board members? Like, you know, is it judicial, like? Yeah, I agree, but then I do feel like we have some real opportunity, and I guess we're waiting till we get to the self-assessment to look at it. I paid a lot of attention to language, partly because I score APSAs, and so I can't give a student a score without linking it to the descriptor. And so I think we have the judicial role, is it an executive role, and then I can't remember the third, the way it was described. But
Legislative.
yeah, and so I think the one that I saw was more to do with policies. I accept the role, right? Like, I have no business in operations, nor does anyone want me or any other board member to be doing that, because it'd be chaos.
Yep.
So for whatever it's worth, I guess when we get to that part, especially looking at, since we have the construction of a facility and the K through 2, and I started looking at policies that other districts have. So,
I mean,
if this is the time to talk about it, or later.
me as the newest member, it seems like there's been some blurring of lines between roles, between, you know, the superintendent operational.
would be the time to clarify that.
Okay.
Because that is what I mentioned earlier, that this conversation should happen as a segue to getting into your norms and protocols discussion. Okay?
But what do your norms and protocols actually say?
Or communication norms, like this one we're talking about?
This would be
No,
first norms of governance. Yeah.
Governance.
You have a section, governance, roles, and responsibilities.
Oh, okay, in the common one.
Because I think is it okay if I chime in while looking, Lorraine? So I kind of looked at the 3 different roles, and then the actions that we are currently in the process of for those different roles. And so kind of like, I think, piggybacking on what I mentioned at the last board meeting. So I think until November, we had one facility policy, right? And I think it's kind of like the communication I said. I think that question that a constituent asked at the community meeting in January was the one that really resonated with me, which was effectively, y'all, governance team, have this great process, right? And take something that, and I think she pointed to Jarvis to say, like, hey, there's an operational issue here, and then Jarvis gets it. The question is, though, if you don't know, board, what's happening, then do you know what policies to set, right? So I think for me, with a lot of this facility stuff, I started looking at facility policies because that is a role that we have. As one perhaps need, like we have the 5-year facilities plan now, we have the long-range facilities. I think Fulton has an interesting one that they just adopted about like facility design as one, because to your point about the mission, you know, where I really, I guess, feel we can do more is that partnership with the community, right? Like you mentioned at the outset, we have a great community. Maybe because I work in a classroom, I'm just used to at times having unhappy customers, but then how do you help? And yet I understand not everyone in the community can sit at the table the whole time and tell us what to do. So for me, I see in this governance domain, perhaps an opportunity to look at some policies that might specifically align with some of our actions that then therefore might answer to.
Yeah, like, you know, I've only been on the board less than 2 months, been sworn in, and it's been an interesting time, of course, because we've had a lot of, you know, pivotal conversations about the K-2 especially, and for me, I guess it was confusing, and we talked a little bit about it at the other school, you know, the last school board meeting of like ed planners' roles. When they were hired, I understand, you know, they were there to give us data and information on enrollment, of course, but then I think that it seemed to get a little bit off track just so we can do better in the future when they were forming committees with the community. That resulted, and I know Barbara took over, but it just seems to me if those committees are feeding into board deliberations and to inform us about community input, then we need to, you know, in the future, hire that consultant to do that work so that we can set the scope and what information we want from them. And, you know, similarly to me, it was.
When you say need, are you saying the board needs to hire somebody, or are you saying?
The board would hire a consultant to do the committee work. It seems like that would make more sense to me, because the ed planners we had hired to initially get us the enrollment data, then kind of, you know.
But the board shouldn't be
started-
hiring any consultant for anything.
Should not?
No.
Why?
We have one employee, and that's the superintendent.
But when it's work that feeds into the board's role, it seems like
There are
we need
consultants
to.
all over the system that provide information that feeds into the board's work.
They
We
all
don't
report
hire.
to her.
They all report up to the.
I mean, from what I've
Like
seen,
our-
boards
I mean-
sometimes hire other consultants if they're doing board work.
But if you look here under subsection D, it says hire and hold accountable the superintendent, designating them as the chief executive officer,
No, not you, I was talking about, I'm sorry.
with authority to provide educational leadership, manage daily operations, and perform all duties assigned by law to ensure increased student achievement for all students. So she can have consultants and hire them, contract them, but we, as a group of 5, we have one employee, and that's her.
But let me just say this. The board can have very specific criteria around what it is that the board would like to know and see.
Yeah, that's.
But that goes to the superintendent to make the hire. The superintendent, because you don't have that authority.
That's where it seems confusing to me. If the school board. is
If you don't
making
like the
decisions-
recommendation that she brings to you of a consultant, you have the authority to say yay or nay to it.
Right. I'm not sure if that's happening.
So another way to think about that as a team is to consider, we all, what it's called, the means versus the ends.
Right.
So think about from the ends standpoint. That's where the board resides.
Mhm.
So that consultant that did a certain body of work or should do a certain body of work, what are the ends that the board wants to see from that work? That's where you reside. What is going to be produced? So you give your superintendent those metrics, ends, and that kind of
Right.
thing. She determines the means. Get to,
Right, and I mean, I'm new, so I'm not, maybe not seeing everything, but like, I know a consultant was hired for PR to help with the board communications, and, I wasn't aware of that. And then I learned about it later, and there was some confusing messaging that happened with the PR consultant. So to me, it seems like we should be talking about it as a board when that consultant is hired and what scope of their work is, so that we're all on the same page.
That's also somebody hired by her.
But they were doing board
They're not.
messaging.
The communications piece was the communications piece. I'm just trying to, since we are into this, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, was the communications or the PR person, was that a person that the superintendent felt like needed to be hired on behalf of the district because of the work that was happening? Because she does also, as the operations person that you hire, has the right to say, I need a consultant to help with this.
Right.
And then she
That's
can
where I get
hire that
very
person. She does not have to say, and I don't know, especially if it is within a certain dollar amount,
Sure.
that you have given her the authority, which I would hope that you don't limit that, or take that away, because she has to operate the
Of
school
course,
system.
but if the PR consultant is writing letters on behalf of the board or the board chair that are issued with our name on it, and I'm unaware of that, then it makes me.
So I think that's like secretary of the board, spokeswoman of the board with our names, weird job. So this is no different than any company or any board. The CEO communicates on letterhead. There are things at the bottom says the board has approved this X, Y, and Z in what we're doing. So I think, again, we can use two examples of means versus ends. We say the conversation may go as far back as we want the budget to be efficient. And Dr. Whitaker comes to us and says, we may need to look at the utilization of some of these buildings. We say, yeah, you're right, we would like more information on that, and then she hires a consultant. That's on.
No, I get
hire the
that, but like,
consultant.
I'm specifically, because I've.
Yeah, I was gonna get there in the next sentence. She hires that consultant. If we don't like them, then we can provide feedback that that was no good. Another job is like, we want to communicate better. And we're all saying like, hey, the way this was communicated with Ed Planner stunk. It was bad. It was a misfire or whatever. She says, I'm going to hire a PR person to speak on behalf of the board. Do that.
Well, not just the board, right? I mean,
The
there's
whole
a whole district, that the board being a small part of some of those communications, but there was an enormous amount of stuff at a district level also that PR firm focused on.
But I
Hired by her is
Yeah.
the critical part. It's not hired by us.
I guess that's where it's confusing to me, because I'm thinking about that January 22nd letter that was issued by the board chair, and specifically seemed to be making a decision about pausing the K-2 study that I did not see, I did not review. It didn't seem to even, comport with our comm norms to allow us to look at it and see it. And then, then I'm wondering, okay, this is a board chair letter. My name is at the bottom of the letterhead, all of us, and so if it's messaging for us as a board, then I think that's where it got confusing to me. I know we had this conversation that the PR consultant was also doing maybe some normal comms work, but when they're like setting the messaging of the board, to me, that makes me question that, who hired them? What was the scope of their work? What was going on here? Because that, they are writing the messaging for us as a board. And I think the board is, I hear you, we are a governance team all together, but the board is also there, to hold the, we work in a symbiotic relationship, I get that. And the superintendent is there to execute what we want, but we are here to also, you know, provide clarity, accountability, and hold each other, have checks and balances.
I think per the last discussion,
Wait, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, because
Go ahead.
so I think, and I'm sorry because I feel like it is communication, so yes, totally understand, contracts. And again, I wouldn't want to be, you know, answering to all of those, but I think there are like kind of three issues I'm hearing. One, I think the letter you're taking about speaks specifically to my question about dissemination of information and unified approach. So, you know, if we are talking about communication, the day that letter went out, I had people physically come to see me that day to say, what is this? What is a formal action? That goes back to our processes or practices, because it isn't a good feeling when you are in a decision-making role and you can't explain it. And it also isn't a good feeling when you're in a decision-making role and you don't feel like, and it's a feel like, which I know, Dr. Whitaker, we've talked about, because feelings shouldn't be important, right? But in the sense that I don't know not only how to explain it to someone, but I don't know how it got here. So that's a process thing. I think specific to the consultants, I like that, you know, James referenced specifically like, okay, this happened with ed planners and then we have this PR thing, but I think the issue there then is probably a practice or a policy, and maybe that comes into our POI, because at least until the new board approval of the purchasing agreement, any consultant below a certain threshold are approved. That's kind of a non-issue, and I'm really not sure what our procedure is, though, to either evaluate the return on that investment or evaluate the success of it. And maybe that's another kind of governance issue that I need to understand, because it is the superintendent's authority to do this, and therefore is it the superintendent who simply determines that was or.
right. I think, so I'm glad that Board Member Anderson, I do think the bulk of what we're talking about, particularly with the examples that you raised, are a communication norm. And I do think at the last board meeting, we talked about some potential changes to our communication norms to accommodate that, right? If a communication is going out on behalf of the entire board, we at least get the opportunity to review it in advance. A couple of sensible, I think, things like that we can make changes. But it fundamentally isn't a question of governance at that. Like that, the superintendent was fully acting within the boundaries of what those roles are, and us engaging to hire that consultant would have crossed the governance line.
See, I don't think that this is a governance issue. I think this is a communications issue. And I think that it is a communication issue around your processes, right?
Yep.
And I
I'd agree with that.
I think that your processes need to take that into account. I heard your evaluation piece of the outcomes of that person. Your evaluation of anything that happens within the school system comes through your evaluation of your students, quite honestly. And that evaluation has to be tied to the agreements that you all make when you put her evaluation instrument in place, right? That's how you align your evaluation, because this is the only person that you supervise or evaluate. You can't evaluate any of these other people in this room, any of the things that they do, as well as contracts, right? That is through the operations of that. And your evaluation comes through how you feel like certain things happen. But it cannot come out, and I have to go back and say this, it can't just be something you throw into the evaluation process at the end of the day. Yes, and no, he or she, the superintendent, whoever that person is on that specific area.
But I think this example, though, in addition to what the team hears, you need to keep this example in mind as you have your conversations about your rituals and routines, which would be your norms and protocols, which is where that communication piece really, I think, resides in your norms. Because if you are communicating on behalf of the full board, which is the board chair.
Board chair.
And so governance teams, boards, would typically have steps that you all have agreed to, that you're utilizing, that include how your chair keeps everybody informed and that you're on the same page as she communicates.
Okay, one other,
So that piece that went out, there were some steps that are in place, documented, understood, not understood, whatever the case might be, that reflect your rituals and routines. The last thing I will mention, I know we gotta move on, but the last thing I'll mention too is there are boards that have understood norms, but they're not documented, it's not discussed. They just say, this is just what we do. And so there are missteps when you don't come together like this to have that conversation. So that's a piece that you need to talk
I
about. Yes.
guess too, you said, you know, there may be a time when a consultant is hired by the superintendent, but then the board will weigh in what their role is. I guess maybe that's where I'm trying to understand where we would be able to, you know, say this is.
But thing that as a body, you all need to talk about, and you all need to agree. If a superintendent is in the day-to-day of what's happening, and she feels like there's a need for a specific consultant, then she's gonna move forward with it, right, in the operations. If there is something that,
I think it's when it touches board
Let
work.
her finish.
but if it is something, I think, and I'm hearing you. If it is something, and I'm gonna just say this, and y'all might not agree, you gotta trust that the superintendent is going to come to this board, and it's a simple thing. Either you're gonna trust her or you're not gonna trust her. And I'm gonna just call it out, right? And you've gotta trust that if the superintendent is going to make a hire that has a deep impact on any one of you all. And I think Hans said, the system, the district, which is more important than any one individual in this room. And she's got to move on that. But if it's going to impact the system, and the board is going to be impacted, because there's nothing that happens in a school system that the board is not engaged or impacted by. But she's got to make some decisions on that. And it might not be that the input, but as she's doing that, she's hearing your conversations. Your issue at the end of the day is really the process.
Mm-hmm.
It is the process, right? And you don't want to have processes and norms and protocols for every, you just don't. That, you all will be forever putting together norms and protocols if you try to do it around every policy that you have. That I would not advise you all to try to do that. I think Dr. Slocum first.
I just want, and I think I might be reading your thoughts. I just wanted, James, and you may have some insight too, because you're more senior than I am. I can't remember in the years that I've been a board member where I have directly reviewed the contract or the hiring or been a part of the hiring process of any personnel. That includes a contract, an employee, or any part of that. I can't remember any part of that at all, in no form of scope of work. I don't remember it, other than the lobbyist, because the lobbyist, lobbies for the board. But other than that, I can't think of any point in time where I can remember being a part of any employee, other than the superintendent, where I have had, where I've ever seen or been a part of their contract. I think, to Val's point, if we as a board, the unified board, are thinking that this is something that we want to dig into, if we are thinking there's too many contracts on the books, this is not good utilization of funds, it's waste, whatever the case may be, we as a board need to build it into the evaluation and then give her the opportunity to present evidence. But that means that the board has to agree that that's what the board wants to do. It can't be that one person, the board has to. I think when Our former superintendent was here. We sometimes, at the middle or end of an evaluation process, we saw some things and then tried to decide that we wanted to evaluate them kind of mid-stride. And to me, that's moving the goalposts. We have to give her the opportunity to see the evaluation, work on it, and then present the evidence. But if we decide that contract personnel, how contractors or vendors are hired, something we want to get into, we need to build it into the evaluation.
And what I was going to share was the lobbyist piece. So we have a lobbyist, and the lobbyist is interviewed by the board because I am a state employee. Yes, I'm a City Schools of Decatur employee I'm ultimately a state employee. So I, as a state employee, can't lobby. But I work on a governance team that has legislative priorities, and we employ a lobbyist. We, as a school district, are a part of the Georgia Education Coalition, so you receive updates from them. I was just able to give you all of what's being presented on the House floor today because we're a part of the Charter System Foundation, and Amanda was on their webinar today and then was able to give me all of what's on, quick summary so that I will know because I'm not there. All of that to say, you as a board have interests, values, beliefs that you do have to sign off on who will represent you at the Gold Dome. When there was GSBA at their day of advocacy, advocating and lobbying are two different things. And so that is the piece that you do have a very deep determination of who will present or represent you at the Gold Dome and in some of the other conversations that are very active right now.
I don't want to be looking at every single contract. I'm not saying that, but I guess as the new person, it seems like when a consultant is hired whose work seems to deeply touch our, board voice, our board direction, our board messaging, then to me that should be something that we all decide as a board. Like, for example, the ed planners. And I understand, work started off as data to do the data enrollment, and that seems to me purely upper purview. But it seems like the future is going to continue that work, committee work, because we want to make sure we're getting that input and the community input and the feedback, right? So we can set the scope of what we want. And that to me seems like in the future, hopefully, if we have to get into that conversation, that kind of community consultant, that scope of work, that contract will be something that we all look at and decide on. And you're saying no.
No.
To me, that it feeds into board deliberations. And so.
But again, our accountants do that. All these other consultants feed into board decisions that we don't do.
They all
But this
interact
is
with
more
us, but
directly
they
related to
interact with us,
community.
but they don't work with us.
Let me.
Yeah, because I want to know if this is part of the process I'm talking about, because to me, all roads lead to policy. So we have a board policy, public relation goals and objectives that we adopted in March. And so am I correct in saying that if the board wanted, then, because clearly we're not looking at the contracts, or I'm sorry, I don't want anyone to take that out of context, but in specific regard to what we're talking about operationally, it looks to me like we would simply add information here. So in the event, and I want to have this clarified because I don't want to be in operations, but board policy reads to promote a positive environment in CSD in which there's an awareness of, involvement in, and support for the system and its educational mission. The board should make every attempt to 1 and 2, right? Keep it informed, provide the means for furnishing transparent, yada, yada information. It shall be the responsibility of the superintendent and staff to fulfill the board's intent. So in this specific regard, it sounds like more qualitative information in this policy could answer to the question of PR and board messaging, or am I wrong? Because I'm not comfortable with the idea that everything goes into communications and norms, because that's where I think there's too much room for confusion and possibly too much opportunity for a lack of 5, even though we have votes, which are the will of the board, and we have, you know, mechanisms for which other things have to take place quickly. So am I correct that if we wanted to add information to the public relation goals and objectives as a board, that could answer to PR messaging from the board?
I mean, tweak the policy that you
Yeah.
just read.
Yeah.
It's always, within the authority of the board to consider something like that.
Sure.
That's the work of
Yeah.
the board. But let me comment on what I think I just heard and what you read. Because when you think back to this conversation around domain 1, roles, responsibilities, and then there's another that clearly relates to policy, but they are connected. Because this one gets into roles, because if you listen to the policy that was just read, the board holds the superintendent responsible and accountable for implementing that policy. So what she has done reflects how she is implementing that policy. So to Valerie's point, then it's the board's responsibility to have clarity around what you expect of the board, of the superintendent, when she develops procedures for implementation of that policy. That belongs to superintendent and her team. Now, board many times enters into conversation about those procedures because the superintendent says, here's what we're going to do to meet that policy. That could go back to what we just mentioned, but I think it goes back to what we said earlier. How is that communicated? What's the clarity that the board has around her procedures?
Yeah.
I want you to be able to see it.
Okay?
Yes. So what this, I mentioned earlier about coming onto the board with an index thinking that I was similar to a city commissioner. And I think from a lot of your questions, you're asking questions of, but we have a higher responsibility when dealing with the community than we do with these others. We don't. We have 3 jobs. 3. Manage the superintendent, manage the budget, pass the budget, and set policy. There is no differential amount of responsibility on our shoulders to be directive or owning of anything related to the community other than what we decide through policy and through our norms. And so when we are having a conversation about consultants that engage with the community, it is not the fact that they're engaging with the community that raises it to a board level. It still 100% falls under the superintendent. That was the thing that I really had to kind of divorce myself of, that I'm not in this role actually representing a set of adults from a district. I am representing kids across the district, and I only have 3 jobs.
I understand that, but I think built in there is transparency and accountability too. And so, you know, when we're, you know, referencing back to the policies and the communication norms to make sure that we all are on the same page and have a unified approach of where we're going and what the mission is and what our vision is. I think that's what I'm getting at, is that it's been a little bumpy and it seems like not clear.
And I think
where the, you know, sometimes the direction has been. And that's,
and I think Board Member Anderson raised in the last board meeting, an interesting norm adjustment that we might want to have a conversation about today, where when communication is going out on behalf of the board, the full board has the opportunity to review or at least comment or see it, right? So that we're all, I think those are reasonable things that you did, maybe I'm misforgetting it.
But see, I would roll it back one more step, which is, we know a vote. That's easy, right? 4 people voted yes, 1 voted no, 5 voted yes. And that's why I was saying about this more nebulous territory of the communication norm. So I agree with you, and I wholeheartedly support that. But when it comes to these other things, review is polite, and that could answer to a norm, but is it getting us to the most effective? Because this is all about operating effectively. I mean, that, at the end of the day, that's what everyone wants.
Sure.
So is it giving us the unified, if we're going to adopt unified approaches, one, understanding, and two, being able to support it, meaning even philosophically, if you don't support something, you can support it in your role because you have enough understanding, you have enough information, et cetera. So
Exactly.
I just want to clarify that one thing, because I think there needs to be another process built in there, not just, hey, you got to review it, unless I'm being pedantic about review. And because I did pay a lot of attention to this, like input, review, and feedback, I've got a lot of comments there. But that's more for community. So sorry, I just wanted to make sure I clarified.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and that's what the body as a whole will either agree or not agree or come to terms on what gets added into the norms and the documents, right? But being as this started from a governance level, I think the most important point to take away here is we are fundamentally talking about how we communicate to make sure that we're all on the same page. What we are not talking about is how do we govern differently to manage Dr. Whitaker's hiring of consultants in a part of the business that we shouldn't be in.
Or how she manages her team.
Yes.
So let me ask a question. When you say review and there should be another step, what step are you thinking?
Well, and that's where I am with this. So like, sorry, but as you talked about in terms of a great community, and then, you know, whether it's vitriol or just concern, right? K through 2 would be a good example. And so, you know, this isn't to litigate something that happened, but use it as a learning experience. So that letter specifically talked about a formal action. I have no idea what that means. I Googled it. So fine, even if the letter had been sent to me before it was sent out to everyone, so what? Now I'm just a little more versed to ideally during the day ask someone on the governance team what this means to take formal action to pause. So I think, and we've done some of this well, though, as well. So there are times when we do it. I guess maybe we need a clearer procedure or norm so that it works well all the time. Because we've had other things where it was like we all reviewed, I think, an email and we gave input on it. So I see times when it works. I'm just not sure.
So your review process, what does your review process use?
Before I answer, go.
I just want to say, I have initial thoughts that I had written down that were 20 minutes ago that I think respond to a lot of this. I can agree totally that using a phrase like a formal action will be taken is inappropriate. It makes no sense, and how dare you say that? And I could call her and fuss her. I'm in agreement with you.
Okay, James, because the how dare you say it sounds like it's being dismissive, and that's not how I felt.
Okay,
I'm
I want to
sorry.
be very clear. Okay?
Yes.
For the next 3 seconds, you don't exist.
Thank you.
How discussing it? I think she screwed up.
Okay, thank you.
Very clear. I think that was a screw up on her. Whatever. We move on. That has nothing to do with the board governance training in these roles if we're doing anything like that. Like that is, the consultant did a bad job, the communication was sent out that used a confusing phrase without communicating with other people, raised some odd questions and that sort of stuff. Boy, I struggle to see how that's relevant to the question of like, you know, hiring a consultant or what we would do to review the board and those sorts of policy in place to improve our communication? Yeah, probably, and provide feedback. But like we're angry that communication has been poor, and I tried to use 2 examples of places where it could be, both were consultant related, to just come to the conclusion that like, if you hire a bad consultant, that doesn't mean that the process is messed up. It means a bad consultant was hired superintendent. When it comes time this year and years forward, we may need to look into that as a board, but that is not failure of policy. That's all. I don't know what the assumption should not be that I disagree with you, that like if I thought that something was poor or the chair did a poor job, I would call her on the phone and say like, hey, can we talk about this? And all that sort of stuff. That's all I was trying to say earlier. And I think that's very relevant here. Very relevant.
I mean, I guess it goes, in my mind, I start wondering, okay, if this consultant was hired, PR consultant, then, you know, how were they hired? What was the scope of their work? Those raise other questions. And then I guess it does relate to me. in terms of governance? Because like, did we have input on the hiring of the PR consultant? I wondered, that PR consultant should have been hired by us or them, and the role seems a little bit blurry if they're writing letters or
That's because you're
communications.
fully in the governance side of it. You're fully in the superintendent's operational role in
But
that
if
case,
they're
when you
writing
shouldn't be.
board letters and communications, that's where it seems to be.
But that is not interact with the communications team. She does not work for me. She does do some work for me.
We interact with Jarvis.
We
We
interact
Of
with.
course, but
They, people do not.
when it goes to board messaging and vision
They often send out communications on my behalf. I don't chat GPT my own communications, like she often does these things for me. Do I green light them? Yes. I think it's also important to realize that we could create, like James said, a couple of processes whereby everybody gets to weigh in, everybody gets to give me feedback, but then I would be getting feedback from 5 different people, and at the end of the day, it would never look like what you're looking for. So that might be a conversation for how we handle the board norms and exactly what your expectations are of me. It also is going to lengthen the time whereby I can get these things out. Sometimes some communications that come out on my behalf are very time sensitive, sometimes for a myriad of reasons. We can weigh in on how exactly you would like me to communicate them to you. Sometimes I am trying to get things communicated out to you in a time of hours, as opposed to a day, in between my day job, like when I'm actually seeing patients. So sometimes that is also some of the challenge. So we can do multiple drafts of things, we can absolutely do that, but realize that is not the same process that's going to work for every single communication that I send out. It is also to the point that we keep bringing up this one particular example, that was something that was time sensitive. So it is also true, for the record, it is not that I told every single board member the process by which that was going out. Was there a word error that could have been communicated differently? Yes. And I've told you both that I apologize for missing that particular communication error. It is also not true that this particular consultant works solely for us, for the board. They interact with multiple other cabinet members. And just because of that, to James's point, it does not mean that we need to go back and dig into their scope of work. They overlap with multiple people, just like we overlap with multiple. I interact with Eston every time I forget my password or I don't know what the hotspot is. I cannot exist. I can't find a Chromebook, but that doesn't mean that if he can't find the hotspot password that I have to go digging into his contract. I would never do that.
So I'll just say this, because I do think that we'll keep going around on this one. You all have to determine what your process is. You don't want to get over into operations. Boards don't hire people outside. The superintendent has to hire, right? Bottom line. Determine, based on all the things that was said, is the process. And I kept hearing Dr. Sultan say, I had to do this. It's the board chair's role. Whether you're sitting in it or Tracy's sitting in it, it is the board chair's role. And she just happens to be sitting in it right now, and it's pretty, constricting, right? Or pretty hot for her right now, right? But she is acting on behalf of the board based on your norms and protocols, which you all have as it relates to the communicating. And it sounds like she's acknowledged that the word choice was not good. But to say, okay, but I want to change the process, that is a decision of this body. The body has to decide whether the process changes. Me listening to this, just hearing this, poor choice of words, I don't think your processes are bad at all. I've seen bad processes. This is not a bad process to me. The input is important, right? And she has said, and I heard you say that about review, and that's why I asked the question about the review piece and then the other, what did you think else should?
I was
And you were answering,
Yes.
you answered that, right? What is the other piece of it? But I want to caution you all for that. If there is a review piece in your processes, you all have to agree to review it as soon as you get it and get it back in a timely manner, and with the understanding that because you have an objection to something or you want to see something different, it might not change the outcome of the letter, because she could take it, incorporate it, send it out again, it'll come back again, and by the time you do get a letter done, the whole issue is already out there and a whole forest fire is going on about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's having the opportunity
Right.
to provide input.
So we have to agree then, we have to agree in order to be able, for you all to move forward as a board, you all have to agree that it's not changing processes, not processes, norms and protocols, procedures, right? It is about understanding how you're going to fix this, how you're going to move forward.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's been acknowledged. But we
Making sure it doesn't happen, and having an opportunity to provide input, because if we're making a board, decision or shift, and the community wants, it needs to be transparent, that, okay, we are shifting on this, we're, pausing or whatever, then let's have that conversation in public.
say that again.
Have the conversation about shifting the K to 2 or whatever at a board meeting and make a vote on it, not.
It doesn't
after.
always have to be a vote. We never voted to start it in the first place, right? Like, so it wasn't a vote, right? We can have the conversation if you want to make things like that a vote, but it never had a vote in the first place.
Didn't we vote to postpone it a year?
We just agreed.
There was a vote to pause it the first time, wasn't there? To
It was
pause.
never in,
No, in a conversation about word choice being important, the word shift is a little problematic there, because the whole notion that we were closing a school was not,
Right, it shifted from consolidation to utilization.
that was just the word choice at the committee level. But there was no initial board, like, we need to close a school. There was a board conversation about, are we effectively using these buildings? And so what she was really asking was, like, how do you communicate against something that's not true or something that's not fundamentally, like, there had never been a vote to close a school. We had just been accused of it. So I think that that's why the language was chosen that strongly by the consultants, because you're fighting back against.
But again, I started in January, so I know some of these votes happened before me, and I'm trying to get up to date. But from what I understand, I think at the board meetings, there were votes, because initially we were talking about, potentially rezoning or closing a school, even in this, potentially this fall, right, 26, and then we paused it to give another year so that we could look at it more
Was
carefully.
it that discussion or was that a vote taken? Was it discussion?
I think there was a.
Discussion and a vote is different. Was it discussion and they just talked about it with no action was taken?
Yeah. And the board meetings, I guess there were discussions about the pausing, the first pause, and then when there was this, decision to make the second pause and potentially roll. But it seemed to happen. That's where I got confused about the roles and responsibilities being included.
And I think that's why it's really important when, and I've been thinking about this a lot, because not just in the city of Decatur, there's a whole thing around transparency. And sometimes you could be so transparent that you cause confusion, right? And that might not make sense to you, but when you talk about, like, you're confused, and you're sitting on this board and privy to information now, and you're confused, and what you're confused about are discussions that they had as a board. You see what I'm saying? That there would be, because there was no official action ever taken. It was just discussions. So you're confused around the discussions that were had, and you're thinking there was an action taken, and there wasn't an action.
I guess that's where it gets confusing, because the letter says formal action. There were discussions at board meetings about pausing it. And
But they've already said the letter, the wording in the letter, they've already acknowledged to you That's the part that I need you to let go of. They've acknowledged to
I hear
you
you.
that that word wasn't in error.
I get that, and I fully hear it. But it seems like there were prior discussions at board meetings about this K-2 study, consolidation, utilization, whatever it was. And, you know, we were directing it as a board in public, open meetings, and then a shift occurred without full input.
We were never directing any of this as a board.
Well, and I think that goes back to the beginning of this discussion with our first standard, because when we go to the self-assessment is where you'll see my comment about, at times, perhaps a clearer distinction. Like I said, we have 3 roles, because I think ultimately the K-2 example is a good example of how that seeming blurred. And I realize at times, just like the public relations policy is going to be the board and the superintendent, but ultimately we are accountable. So that's always where I'm going to stand. For me, the formal action isn't about a word choice, and nor do I want to keep hammering this. It's about creating we still have not addressed. And when I listen to Jarvis speak over and over about the word trust, I still don't know what a formal action is. I'm not asking for an apology. I'm not accusing anyone of doing anything. Like I said, I just want us to be operating effectively. And so for me, it's more to do with, we know what we know. There's a difference between a timely communication, like when we were dealing with stuff last spring, and then big picture things that are making headlines and letters to Decatur-ish. And I just think that we can act more reasonably with an awareness of being smarter about how we're communicating with things when, to go back to Jarvis's point, we need trust. We need to rebuild that, I believe is what he said. Thank you.
So I do want to kind of pick out something that Valerie mentioned around, it's a real thing. In some cases, too much transparency actually obfuscates as opposed to makes clear. And we have a great example. If we just take a half a step back and look at the K-2 started consolidation, became utilization, became whatever it became, the superintendent identified a potential need for efficiency within the system, hired a consultant after informing us that this is what is going to be happening, and that the information coming out of that consultant would potentially lead us to a position where we had to vote, possibly about closing a school, once that information was there. There was no vote to start that process. This was the superintendent identifying a need, hiring a consultant, and that information would have come to us for us to eventually take a vote, right? Over the course of that process, as a body, before you were on the board, but we in open conversations were very clear that it wasn't going the way that we wanted it to go, and that the information that was coming out of it and the information the consultant was bringing forward wasn't really going to help us get to a decision. So the superintendent pivoted with this consultant to make a change, right? That pivot, we still felt was insufficient. That consultant working with the community groups, it did not help. And so the superintendent, again, made a pivot and put it under Jarvis. We did not engage, we did not change any of that, but the superintendent, in consultation with us, made adjustments to the process so that we would eventually be able to get the information we needed to make a decision. Even in that scenario, it was then determined, let's put this into the strategic plan. That is probably where it ought to be. And the superintendent made that change. And so when we talk about what the governance process is, and we talk about the way that it works, if you look at it at the 50,000-foot level, it actually worked the way it's supposed to. To do the work that needed to be done. It wasn't going the way that we needed in order for us to be able to make a decision, and we ultimately pivoted, right? Now, when you get into the weeds about what was discussed at what time, and was there a poor word choice in a piece of communication, like at that level of hyper focus at a 5 foot off the ground level, you miss the sight of the fact that the actual governance process worked pretty well, and it did sort of what it was supposed to do.
This is just a potential solution is
I know, like, our board resolutions, like, how could that process work? Because that is just like the board giving a general directive to the superintendent, and then that is, like, voted on? Is that something that's, like, commonly used boards in Georgia? Like a resolution, bridging resolution? Not like policy?
I've never,
Yeah, typically it comes, any information will come as a recommendation from the superintendent.
because when you do a resolution around, you're saying a specific area, right? And you're directing the superintendent to do something. Do you have command of all of the data and information to direct the superintendent to do a specific thing? Like, does the board have that? Do you have all, and is it, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
I
you
just heard it exists in other states, so I don't know.
Other states, the laws and things are real
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
Georgia's different, trust me. But that's, like, keep reading, keep learning.
So I don't know if this applies to governance structure or it'll be one of the future domains. I think we have a strategic planning domain, because I think, Hans, the last point you made, so I appreciate the overview there. But then it's that process again, that now I heard you say effectively K through 2 is in the next strategic plan, but when I look at the standards and the processes for that, I don't agree. We haven't had any process to put it in there. We had a discussion, right, not a vote.
You will vote on it when the time comes to develop the strategic. It's also, it is the process. We can talk about if we want to modify this process later on. It is simply not true that all board members did not know that there was going to be a process of stopping the K-2 process as it was now, and then putting the idea out there of moving this to the next strategic plan. It is simply not true that all board members did not know that. I don't want it to be out here for the collective that somehow this was something that Carmen cooked up and then poof, it existed, because my process is that when we're going to communicate something out on behalf of the cabinet or the district, I call you all each individually. If it's something that we're going to discuss in the board meeting, if you wish to add it to the agenda and it's not already on the agenda, you get the support of one other board member, and then I happily add it. That is because we can't go changing the board agenda on behalf of one person. If we as a board want to address something, I will happily put it on there before the agenda is set. After the agenda is set, sometimes it's harder, but if it's before Hans and I set the agenda, 2 people send me an email, and then we add it. We figure out how to work it in. But if it's something outside of the board meeting and I need to tell you, this is the way that it's going to go, it's usually around 4 o'clock when my shift ends and I'm sitting in traffic. Don't go in any particular order. Somebody doesn't pick up the phone, I go to the next person, and I call people throughout the evening. That is the way it goes. It is not true that that people did not know that this was what we were going to try to do to make sure that this issue did not fall off. An issue is an issue. If you have under-enrolled schools, we still have to deal with it. It can't just fall off. But that this would help to make it such that we could take our time and have a detailed and introspective process. So I just want to, I don't want it to be said that folks didn't know, because I called each and every one of them. If I'm running low on time, i.e. I'm in with a critical patient, sometimes I shift that to Hans. And I'm like, Hans, you call one person and I'll call 2, only if I'm in with a patient. Only time that happens.
I think though, and again, I'm not trying to be pedantic here. I am trying to get us to a place where we all understand the process, the practice. So the way I understood, I agree, you called me, but I would argue that was an action. The process was calling each of us to discuss it. And I'm simply saying that I'm not aware of a process in which now it sounds like the action was to end it for now, the action. And then we know that we have elementary schools. We may have declining enrollment. We're still not sure if we're going to get kids back. We've got considerations with pre-K, so it is possible that when we look at facilities and specific to K through 2, it may go into the strategic plan if that is what the board chooses to do. I mean, is that the fairest way to explain it? Okay, because I agree. It's not untrue that any of us didn't know K through 2 was stopping, pausing, whatever we're going to call it. And I just think it's important that we recognize, well, we might find this tedious. And we had a lot of people in our community invest a lot of time and we're concerned. So I just think it's important that we kind of where it's going.
At any point, you can call me. You are getting feedback from constituents. James calls me all the time. Hans calls me all the time. At any point, you can call me. If you have gotten feedback from community members, if you have heard things, if you have questions about, you know that I'm about to send out a communication because we've gotten an entourage of emails, et cetera, and you know that something's in the hopper, you can call me and say, hey, this is what I would like included in said communication. It is often that I'm calling the two of you, but you can always call me. And furthermore, when I am calling you to let you know something, the conversation goes two ways. You can tell me, hey, I don't agree, or hey, this is what I think, and I take it into account. But as the voice of the entire board, I think, like Val said, my communication will reflect what the majority of the board thinks. It may not be that your individual voice screams. It may be in there, but it might be that it's the majority of the board's voice. It's not my intent. Like I said, sometimes it's not my voice in there. What I think is hidden in there, the majority of the board's
Sure.
voice.
And I get that, we have to have a process and, just started definitely during, rough times, we'll just say, in the middle of this K-2 discussion. And so I guess for me, it's making sure that I'm not just being told or given information, but I have an opportunity to, we really consult and talk about it. Because, and again, the last school board meeting, I think we didn't have enough time to flesh out where we were going really with the K-2. And if, rolling it into the strategic plan really made sense or not, because it seemed to be kind of just reacting to the community's pushback instead of thinking about maybe a policy or a process that needs to happen around enrollment, around, because this issue is not going away, right? We may have more students declining, we may need to rezone or whatever that is. But when these decisions have to be made, I just want to be clear that we all, are involved and have a chance to provide input and, action. Because if I'm confused, like Valerie said,
You're
then the
confused,
community is confused.
You can also, confusion about a communication, you should also call me
Mhm.
and let me.
Yeah, but if I'm told like an hour before a community meeting, it's just getting information, I think, in a timely manner when we all
Sometimes the
need
things
it.
are happening in hours
Yeah,
before a
sometimes
community
it is the
meeting,
way-
right? I mean, like that you have to, there's some grace here that the process that you're describing was not some secret effort that James Carmen and I did behind the scenes that we released 10 minutes before the community meeting. It was literally like calling to try to get out the word on where or to provide the information, but we were literally building the plane as we were flying it. That happens sometimes.
Right.
It's gonna happen sometimes, right? And there is some truth. I mean, it's gonna, I think, get easier. There is some truth to you coming onto the board mid-flight in the middle of a bunch of stuff, right? And so some of that is coming up to speed. Some of that is us having to fill you in on communications or conversations that the board has had as a group from 3 weeks prior before you were on the board, right? So some of that is going to modulate, I think, over time.
So just listening to all of this in terms of what has transpired, where you are now, where you want to go, I think what's going to be a huge benefit is really the next step, which is what is in your mind. And which relates to, it relates to communication. It relates to how you get information out. You even have had discussions about board chair and how you all have agreed that you're going to communicate and disseminate information. So there are emergencies, and you're going to have to remember this. This is not going to be all in just lockstep and black and white, et cetera. Because there will be exceptions when emergency decisions must be made. When that happens, that's around the trust that the team has built, right? So if you can get to the point of looking at how you have or will, and how you have in the past agreed to communicate and get information out, then it could help you with some of these things. But that is not gonna preclude, it's not gonna get you to a point where you might not experience some things that you go back and call it a hiccup that you're gonna have to fix.
Yeah.
That doesn't make you, it's not gonna make you perfect. It's gonna make you effective, highly effective, and then you go back and you review. That's what you do. And so you got some, I think we're not gonna heal right this moment, but this conversation will help with that.
And, Dr. King, I think you just hit on what I think is the difference between a hiccup and a pattern. In a leadership role, you have to make the decision to say, is this out the norm? Is this a hiccup? Or is this a pattern and trend? And if there is a pattern and trend, then it's time to reassess what needs to be done. And so I wanted to say that that's awesome.
Absolutely.
Because I think that as I look at your norms and protocols, and you may want to take a break, then we'll get into the norms.
Yep.
Like 15 minutes back.
But as I look at your norms and protocols, most of the things that I've heard outside of the I didn't get my input, or what is our process for afterward, I think you cover it in your norms and protocols. I actually think it's in here. I just think that was a situation that did not sit well, and you felt out of the loop, and you felt blindsided. And I think that is where, and you guys have to talk through that and determine that you can move forward from it, or you could stay on it and it could be a sore spot forever, and it's just you're not going to be able to give it your very best for these students, because you're going to be caught up on something that it sounds like everybody has apologized, accepted apologies for, and said that we don't want to let this happen again. But I think you do address it in here. I would caution you, though, don't over-policy yourselves. Please don't over-policy yourselves. If there's nothing else that Phil Hartley has taught me in my role at GSBA, is you don't need to over-policy yourself, because you can sometimes box yourself in on things when you need to have flexibility as a system to be able to move forward. You need some flexibility. So that's something that if you all are going to determine how you address those issues that you feel strongly about policy in, then that's something you all need to talk through. But I do want to caution you, don't over-policy yourself. Just don't do it, because then the very thing that you are trying to move forward in an instant, and you know that you need to move forward on, but you've created this policy here that has you to be doing all of these other steps, and you can't get to it because the policy is there. I want you to be careful about that. And I want to clarify, I think transparency is one of the most important things that a governing body, I don't care if it's a school board, a city council, a county commissioner, the president of the United States. Okay, let me be clear. Transparency is important, but you've got to be clear in the communications when there is transparency. And everybody has, and it can't be, well, we are thinking out. This staff at GSBA will tell you, I think through things, talk through things as I am getting to a place. Sometimes your conversations are your conversations that you have to have in public, right? And you have to recognize that those conversations in public are not your actions, are not your decisions, are not you saying we're going to do something right now. It is you talking through it That is being about as transparent as you can be, understanding that people are going to walk away from there thinking, oh, they're going to do this. I will never forget sitting in a room with hundreds of people, and we had made no decision on what we were going to do in this school system, none whatsoever, about what we were going to do in this school system. And there were 5 different decisions that people had us making when they walked out of there. And we had made none. We were as transparent as we could possibly be. We had shared every bit of information that we had. And people walked out of there saying, oh, they're going to do this. You have to recognize transparency and make sure you manage your communications well. You just do. Because you're never going to get it right for anybody, because there's always going to be somebody who feels something different. So why don't we take a break? You use the restrooms. We'll come back. We'll get into your norms and protocols. From some of the feedback that you all have been giving to your peers, what I wanted to ask her about. I've identified on the norms and protocols that you currently have some areas, but I want to give you all opportunities. I'm going to read out the areas that she's just shared with me that she's gotten feedback from you all on. And if I miss one that you all have, I want you to let me know, and we'll try to get through those. The first one that I have is information requests for board members. That was the first one that I saw that I've highlighted. Then I go over to board communications with constituents. That's a new one that I have.
Yep.
Then I have constituent requests and issues as one that is highlighted. And there wasn't another one, but I have on here discussion around the chief executive officer and superintendent evaluation because of just some of the conversation that we've had today. Are there any on here that I did not mention that you all want to be sure that we walk?
That's about one. It's something that I think we talked about, I think maybe over the phone, I can't remember anymore, in the fall. And I think, Carmen, you called it board office hours.
That's not on here.
No, it's not. So that's why I don't know if this is an appropriate time. If we're already off course, I can bring it up later. But I would like to revisit it because I really liked the idea and I wasn't quite sure where it ended up landing. I guess I'm thinking, using my own experience in a different school district as a teacher, I appreciated when the board member was hosting sessions. I think the one thing, I did a lot in our self-assessment, bless you, of board and community engagement, and so I just feel like that might be an opportunity. I don't know if it's something that goes in the norms or it's something that's voted on. Okay.
It's something I've talked to Zinda about, that
She did not? Okay. And what was the category called again?
Board office hours.
Office hours.
And I think it would go with board communication with constituents maybe, but I don't know.
Okay. All right. So the first one, information request of board members.
All right, information requests of board members. You have that first one that says board members will submit all requests, e.g. requests for information, assistance, reports, et cetera, through the superintendent directly. Board members will go through the superintendent when wanting to communicate with staff unless acting in the capacity of a parent. Typically what you would do, you would look at these and make sure that you are validating that this is how you function and how you will continue to function. I think I heard you say these, you've already reviewed these, right? These sorry, yes, these ones. Okay? So everybody's on the same page with A? Because if they were not so new, we kind of pair you up and let you talk about different 45 minutes again, right? So forgive us for reading them out to you. All right.
So we're not going to read. I want you all to read it, and I want you all to tell me where something stands out for you, because we gotta be using it with time.
Within this section specifically.
I
Yeah.
think it's section D, about information requested by one board member that requires additional resources will be directed to the board chair and then requires a support from a majority of the board to fulfill the request. So, I mean, that if, you know, we're requesting additional information, everyone, the majority of the board has to agree to that.
I think what I'm hearing, what I think, and when I've heard this in other places, and Hans, I guess, will straighten me out on this, but I know when I was on the board, one of the things that we said, if I had a board member that was requesting a ton of information that was going to pull the superintendent off task and took a lot of time for her to be able to pull together for you, then that was a decision that the board had to make, right? Not, you couldn't request information from the superintendent, you can request information. If it is something that pulls the superintendent off task of the work for the day, and then that's something that the board has to say, all right, you need to devote this however many hours it's going to take to get that information.
And does the majority?
Superintendent or any of their reportees,
Yeah.
right?
No,
I mean,
get that.
the concrete example I can give here is of one of my requests. At the very beginning, we were reporting in the budget operational code information, not functional code. And I wanted to see it all in functional code. And it would have required Dr. Broom to do just an enormous, like, several days worth of work to pull all of that information together. It required the entire board to support it, and then it required us to be like, and it can take you this number of months, like, it doesn't
Right,
have-
to understand that.
And so I'm in very strong favor of maintaining this norm and keeping it, yeah.
Yeah, so I think, I just want to make sure I understand, so like Hans, I think early on, I had asked for the APIB stuff before actually, right? So that would be something that was taking time and resources. But in the meantime, then, like, if I'm asking for something like, I think the 5-year facilities plan, that is, it's information that exists and there's no, so that's really the distinction, right? And then the superintendent, like Dr. Whitaker, you would just tell us, hey, we don't have that right now. And then that's when a board member would, okay.
Yes.
But
That's
we,
what
I
she
mean,
does now, is if you have a question, you
Yeah.
ask it, if you ask it by email, you copy the rest of the board.
Right.
Usually, I found she doesn't reply directly, she just puts it in POI.
yeah, I've seen her do that.
But if you're asking for something, like a data poll or something, we have to decide that it's something that we want to pursue.
And the way it's written, it would, then, if it meets
Cover
those
that.
things, then, and you have the support of the majority of the board, then you move forward with that timeline. But it would require support of the majority. And that's what we see done effectively in other governance teams in the same way, so.
Yeah, 'cause
Because
I've requested some items several times and I haven't gotten them, and I didn't know, you know, that it requires 3 people to, you know, confirm that, and that just seems,
I don't know what items you requested, I don't know the timeline of it, but if there's something that you've requested and you haven't, I don't know.
If there is something that is, example, 5-year facility plan, that's
easy.
a prime example. I can pull the 5-year facility plan off of what I know we have by going back. It wasn't created when I was here, but I can pull it, you know. And then be able to make sure that if it's, I want a historical look back on why X, Y, and Z was done, and oftentimes,
That's not, yeah.
I can't, that is where the entire board has to say, a majority has to say, I need to now do the vote that, because I'm a member of the governance team, but first and foremost, I'm the superintendent for 5,500.
We don't want to pull you off of your focus, but I guess, you know, I've asked for, just to understand, like, the PR consultant hire, not to, you know, keep hammering that, and I've asked it for it, just so I could understand the process. And
But that is,
That ends up being an operational thing that you would need the board to support choosing to get into her business to do, and I don't think you would get it.
Or like I said before, if really that's a pain point for you, if you were like, I really want to know about
the scope.
then if I, not that one person in particular, because I think it's kind of that's a different conversation. I think it's tricky to start digging into one person's contract in particular, but if you said generally, I want to look at vendors, spend, outcome, whatever, how much we're spending, then maybe we build that into her evaluation. But then you would have to get the support of your fellow board members and then figure out how we wanted to tackle that. You know what I mean? It can't just be one person deciding that that's something they want to go after. We'd have to have.
I do think you have to be very careful about asking for specific vendor information, because I think you have to be careful on vendors' response to you asking for specific information. So you have to be careful about that. I do think a better way is to understand what the process is.
Yeah.
Right? So to understand what the process is for how vendors are selected. That's a valid question.
Yeah.
How are vendors selected? But the other piece, you really want to be careful.
in a prime
And
example.
you know that you're.
And another prime example is understanding how parents,
Yeah, which we talked about in the board.
but not only that, when they were selected as the CMAR, it was on the board assembly agenda. The process was on the assembly agenda, evaluations, all of the pieces that we then reiterated again. It was the exact same conversation that was on the original agenda, but it wasn't, the board did not get into the specifics around parish. That is, it was above the threshold, therefore it was on the assembly agenda.
Mm-hmm. I just want to say, kind of in support of this, that this norm accomplishes two other things, I think. One, it keeps superintendent from feeling like they have to say yes, because they ultimately all do work for us in the contract and that sort of stuff, so it's a check. Two, I learned more about being a board member calling my chairs, Jana, Tasha, Lewis, and saying, hey, I have this question about this thing that I want. And then, you know, Jana calling me similarly. When I was chair, we had some very long conversations where she wanted to talk about an HR issue. And I remember being like, well, we can't have that. And just like learned and the norms developed in the relationship. So that's I love this norm of like, I may not know what I need to be focused on as a board member. I may learn from a phone call. So that's a really important part of it.
See, where I'm still struggling, I like the human part of the phone call. I like the quick access to an explanation, but then it's still public. And I think that's where, at times, I know it's going to happen. Hans, you mentioned earlier the train being built, but it's that one little, like, adjustment that I want to see. And I when we get to the board self-assessment, I may be, well, because I'm hearing you say, James, that you learned a lot from talking to Jenna or talking to Carmen, and that's good. And I've learned so much from all of you, and even you, Lorraine, in these last, 6 weeks, I think. But at the same time, ultimately, we are performing a public duty, right? And so therefore, at times, I wonder when we're having a conversation about something that might be better served having a public discussion. And yet, I understand you've got an agenda and you've got the things you're trying to do, but I get a little uncomfortable sometimes with the phone call element.
Right. The part that you're missing is
Yeah.
it's not a conversation about the thing. It's a conversation about whether the thing is relevant.
Right.
So Hans has thrown himself out there. First month, Hans is annoying as a board chair. He's asking lots of questions, lots of financial questions. He's wanting to get into it. And he calls me and says, I demand these codes from, and I'm like, Hans, one of two things are correct. One, you're over asking, or two, you got to educate me so that I know. And if we come to the conclusion where I think he's right and we ask, then it does become public. Then it is like, we have this, and we're adding it to the agenda, and Hans is a pain, and he won't quit calling me, but good job, Hans, it's accomplished. Or number two, I say, not yet, we'll get to that in May, let the finance office do their job. job that's a little too in the weeds, maybe you set up a one-to-one, and then that part is good. So what you're asking gets accomplished. Because if it's something that needs to be a subject of the board, then it is a subject of the board.
Okay.
And if it's not in place, then all of a sudden, the city schools of Decatur are at the whim of Hans Utz's questions. And that's a scary world.
It's not already that way?
Not, we're close. We teeter there, but, you know.
But just like I said before, if something, if you think that there's some direction that we need to go in and you really feel strongly about it, you've got to call me and let me know. Otherwise, I legitimately have no idea what you're thinking. I can do a lot of things. I can't read minds. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what's troubling you, unless you call me and let me know. And like James said, you can educate me, or I may tell you, look at the BMOP, it's actually in 2 months. And that might be the end of that conversation. But I don't know what I don't know.
And AP and IB is a prime example. I started in July, you started in January. You wanted to know when we were going to talk about AP scores and IB scores. But when you receive it back as a teacher, I can't necessarily give it as a fully analyzed and synthesized version of what the district performance is until two different organizations, College Board and IBO, give me. But ultimately, that first year, we didn't have a BMOP. We moved to BMOP after me being here a year and learning the cadence of how much information really is digestible, student-specific information. Literally, BMOP is based upon when data releases are of student release data. So when milestones, I know typically most subjects by June, but I can't have a public release on that information until it's no longer embargoed. But that's where you may want to know, but that might not be the time when it can be provided.
Just in the interest of time, because I know we're short on time, it sounds to me like there's at least a majority of the board interested in maintaining this language as is, right? So we should kind of.
All right, just one point. Phone calls are not bad between the board and the board chair. Not being transparent, right? That is an informational conversation where there's understanding that as part of the chair as to what it is that you'd like to see on the information that you need to have. Those happen all the time, all over the state, that there are phone calls. That does not mean the phone call has to be recorded for minutes for somebody to have, and now this is what I talked about with the chair. No.
All right. So you've read E already, right? That one relates to Student Board of Ed representative. Very good. All right. So now the next one that we have highlighted is board communications with constituents. You have 4 items there, so take a look at those.
These look like these are new.
New, yes. This is a new ad.
Talked about these, and
This was a discussion at pre-work in February, earlier this month. And so this is what was drafted, I believe, board member Irier pulled from a couple places and kind of coalesced.
Burnett had some nice, yeah, because I was just acknowledging, I think in reading this the first time, that, of course, if a constituent contacts us, I've shared, someone contacted me one-to-one and wanted to talk to me or whatever, we're gonna respond to them and maybe meet with them or talk to them. And so when I just felt like that was needed, because without this section, it seems to just jump into constituents who contact board members with a concern will be referred to the superintendent, and not really acknowledging that, of course, board members are gonna be also talking to constituents and, having communications otherwise. But if it's an operations, question or something that concerns the whole, board, then we share that too. I've seen that.
so everybody is on board with this board member. I don't see in here anything that speaks to the relaying of relevant information to the superintendent for your conversations with your constituents. There's nothing in here that speaks to that. And while it might not be operational, it might be something that the superintendent needs to be aware of. So, and I don't see anything in here. And I'm just saying that for you all to at least think about. There's no bullet that speaks to, I was talking to constituents at a community meeting, this issue came up, I could see where this is going to be an issue, and how do you communicate that? There's nothing in here that speaks to that. Hans had his hand up first.
Okay, sure.
I also would add the second point, that if we are meeting with constituents one-on-one, we are not in any way representing the board. We are individual community members in that conversation as well. And
So I think your question reminded me of something. So right now, I think our norms say that, you know, if one of us asks a question, then we get else has asked it. But along those lines, I don't feel like there is a process for me to know the concerns that Hans shared or James shared.
with the
And-
superintendent, you mean?
Well, yeah, so, you know, you might have insight into constituent concerns. You share that with Dr. Whitaker. Am I just to infer that then somehow that's addressed? Like, it seems like it might be useful because you might, any of us are going to hear things that
Different things.
others might not.
But that's where I think your relationship with your fellow board members really comes. I'm not the telephone game of,
Right.
I typically meet with the way the day goes.
Right.
You know, I have you guys one-on-one for, by the time I get to tell you what my conversation was with all four, because
Of course.
when I started with this person, which typically it is here or it's there, I'm not telling them what I had conversation.
But
I do think, Tracy, it's a good idea for us to figure out how to share that information. I think we should not do it through the superintendent, which I think you're
But-
agreeing to.
but-
But
I do have to ask though, because if our POI is specifically giving us access to the question that another board member asked of the superintendent, why wouldn't the POI also allow for
Indicate that.
that superintendent? Like, what's the difference? Oh, no, I'm saying if I were to share something with Dr. Whitaker, it's not a question. Right now, our POI exists as any board member who asks for something or asks a question, and I've
But
seen
that's
it work
it.
really well. I'm saying the reverse, though. So now, one of the board members shares with Dr. Whitaker a concern. Why wouldn't that just be included in the POI as FYI?
Well, when someone shares a concern, it's just like when everyone asks me, when you have the advisory councils, what did you do with that information? Sometimes I just listen to them and say, okay. When you share concerns with me, sometimes I just shake my head and say, okay. Sometimes I have to follow up with a staff member. Sometimes I have to, you know, do due diligence. But my communication with you is not simply a point of interest on what questions were asked. Communication is so that you are fully informed and prepared to do what we do in public, which is around the work of the school system, not telephone game of.
value for us to have visibility to concerns that constituents are raising with either or any of us. I'm super loath to put more work on the superintendent to manage that. And so I think it's on us to figure out a way to manage it. And I don't know that I'm prepared to write a norm right now, because I think we need to think about this. Like, to Valerie's point, I don't want to over-prescribe in the norms a way. Like maybe we should have some conversation around how to facilitate that, and maybe it arrives at a norm, or maybe it just becomes a operating thing that we do, like a
I think it would be a good idea to come back and address that.
Yeah.
Like I said, if somebody comes to you and says something, if you get some feedback from a constituent and it's something you feel like we as a board need to address, I would hope that you would let me know. Otherwise, like, how am I supposed to figure out the best way to, because if you say something and then Han says something identical, well, then I know this is something, you know, I need to take back to the, but,
The one
I like
piece
the change.
in here, the piece, on letter C around keeping sensitive matters confidential, and then a piece with transparency, kind of talk about, because I've heard you say even today, there are times and things that are shared in the board that are sensitive in nature. So how might we reconcile, I would say, B with C? So the first sentence of B with the piece of C.
But I mean, isn't C limited, like, I thought it's executive session, so that,
Says including those discussed, it's not.
There are I would say it this way, there are topics that would be subject to exec session if we're having a conversation as a group. But even if we don't have a conversation as a group about those topics, we still need to keep them confidential. Anything related to land, personnel, et cetera, is confidential, whether or not we've talked about it in exec.
But the topic and the subject would fall under executive session if you were having it.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, so it seems to be exclusively stuff that would be in executive session. Or topics that would be in executive session, that would be
Topics
limiting,
that
that need to
could be.
yeah,
I mean, that one's,
overlap.
I hate to say this because I know like why we have teacher code of ethics, but I mean, it seems the most common sense after executive session, but I know we shouldn't realize it's like an HR matter is something that even if we haven't gotten to executive session yet, I'm just not going to talk about that with someone.
But as a board member, let me just ask a question. If you all are talking about something that has the potential of blowing up, or you know it's already a hot item in the district, in the community, and you know it's sensitive, and you know you all have not fleshed it out enough, a sensitive topic, would you put it out there for conversation in the community, and you all haven't even fleshed it out yet, and you know that it could blow up and get out of hand if you haven't even, as a board, fleshed it out? You've had some conversations about it, and it doesn't fall under the executive, and, because this says including executive session matters, right? Including those discussed, it says board members will keep sensitive matters confidential. It doesn't say confidential forever. It just says confidential until you have the opportunity to really flesh it out. And then it may never be an executive session matter. It might be something, but you gotta flesh it out before you, if I'm having a conversation that says, you know, Tracy, or the whole board, we've got this matter happening, I'm not getting into what y'all have just gone through, but something around that, right? And I don't have a recommendation for you all just yet, but these are things that's happening, and this is something that I may have to come back to you with this, but I don't know that I'm going to have to do that, right? Because you'll get the community going down a road and getting all of No.
Figure out what the
No, because
problem is,
I'm
I know I
answering.
haven't done this.
I'm answering what you were asking, right? So you're going down this road with an issue, right? Place on it yet. I just think sometimes we as governing authority, sometimes we bring issues on ourselves when we ought to be the calming kind of aspect of the community. And why would I create a firestorm if there doesn't have to be a firestorm? Because there's no decision that's made on something. We're just talking about it, right? And if you're talking about it in the board meeting, it's public anyway, so everybody's gonna hear it anyway. But if you're having a phone call with Carmen or Hans, and they're talking, you're talking about something, right? I said Carmen and Hans, I didn't say you, right, Carmen or Hans? And they're talking about something, right? Hans can't walk away from that going, oh, I gotta go, I gotta make sure that the whole community knows
Right.
this now. Because it's just a conversation between the two of them, or with the superintendent. It's nothing that should be made privy to the whole community yet, because no, y'all haven't taken any actions on
Right,
it.
it's premature.
It's premature.
And so, and then also, as you,
The language say including but not limited to those discussed in exec session.
Has there been, I mean, I guess I just want to know, like, has there been an issue with this that we just need to kind of address head on? Because
This was what was provided by what board member Uriel, so
I'm just speaking to this.
yeah.
Okay.
And then the conversation got going, and
Okay.
commenting on the conversation.
I realized that I just tried to wordsmith it, so I'm gonna back off of that. I don't- But in general, I think all of these are necessary and sufficient. So I'd like each of these. Does anyone feel differently?
I think sensitive matters, I agree with this point. Sensitive matters don't always exist in the setting of executive session. I also think it's a community that is small but well intertwined. It's also a community that uses social media a lot. So you may say something to somebody about something, and then some version of it could end up in social media post unbeknownst to you, and you're like, oh, I know I talked to that person, that's not exactly what I said, but,
And that post says
here
one
it comes,
thing, and
here
then
it
the
comes.
next post says something else that adds to it, and then the next post says something else that adds to it.
Right, and I think that was her point about being careful about not just talking about exec session matters, but sensitive matters that maybe are not well organized, because even some of the most well-intentioned people, and where we have the cake baked, maybe stay in the kitchen.
I think it's written well. Board members will keep sensitive matters confidential. And that's not saying we're not being transparent. That's just saying they're gonna be confidential until they are ready to be made public.
What added E&F based on the conversation, but we have consensus there too?
Yep.
Yep.
Right, so that takes us to constituent
Go ahead.
constituent requests and issues. You have reviewed this one already, right?
The one comment I have here is that A 3.3 looks like it captures what Tracy was asking for in terms of communications to the whole group, but it is buried under the purview of when constituents have requests and issues. And I think the way that we've been talking about it is that it's for any mass communication, not just a constituent request.
So it becomes a new number 4, not a sub.
No, it becomes a C.
It becomes, we move it,
Not constituent requests and issues, but just a
Mass
communication.
communications.
I a bullet under the previous section for communications with constituents.
With the community,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
Did
but
you
up
get
in
that?
the, take that and put it up in,
You see what I'm saying?
make it G.
I do. I think a couple of thoughts. Things like the board bulletin comes out on behalf of the board, but it does not come from me. So are you guys wanting to, this is where this starts to get a little dicey or tricky. Are those things that you want to look through or look at? Things like my chair's comments that are read during the board meeting, those are not something that, those are communications, but they're not by email that go out. So it also, I think, I'm happy to have you review and circulate things, but to Val's point, it has to be that depending on the urgency of the matter, that you respond within a specific time frame. Because some things, like with a lot of these mass communication emails, if I send them out a day or two later, it's not a big deal. Send them out 3 days later.
Let's talk about what we mean by review, because I think that's the word that is tripping us up.
because to Valerie's point earlier, this is not, what I certainly don't intend here is that Carmen has to send stuff to us and then deal with 40 iterations to get all of our input and everything incorporated and changed so that it can then go out. I think it means review in the light touch review. You are aware that it is going out and you are aware of what it says. You can, of course, write back and say, hey, I don't like this word, but it is up to Carmen whether that gets incorporated into the communication before it actually goes out.
No, that makes sense. I mean, I think, just seeing what I've seen in a short time, it's just having an opportunity to see what's going out, not wordsmith it too much, but just to have an awareness of what's going on. The board letter, I think that you said that comes out from McCall, right? She publishes
Newsletter?
the board.
But it says board now. It's
Right, it's like board chair letters or board, important responses and things like that, making sure that we all are on the same page.
Because, if I'm reading this correctly, number 2 is really the thing that explains the stuff we already know, right? So to me, mass communications, or am I looking at the wrong, I'm in constituent request.
Constituent requests and issues,
Yeah,
You're in the right.
so number 2, under letter A, Roman numeral 3, number 2,
yeah.
is for high volume inquiries or matters. So that already is addressed, that kind of there's more, possibly community significance.
Sensitivity, yeah.
But I don't want to add extra work to people, but the way I read number 3, if we wanted to do it, was what we've done already, which is effectively, if anyone has anything to say, no one responds, either they didn't have anything to say, and I doubt we're talking about things like word choice. So I feel like number 2 answers to my concern. I have some suggestions for the board newsletter, but I don't think we have time for that right now. Oh, yeah, that's fine.
So as long as our common understanding, we don't need to wordsmith it, but our common understanding on this, that review does not mean round robin editing. It literally is FYI. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So realize what you're looking at on paper as the number 3 has just moved up
Yep.
to BG.
James, did you have a concern?
Oh, we don't often know what will generate significant community attention, throwing that in there. It's almost like hindsight looking at the number.
Yeah.
Seeing that, and then I'll check my email and be like, nope, I was definitely consulted on that. I just had no idea everyone was gonna be angry.
Yeah.
I burden on that as a norm.
Well-
I just think for high volume
Right.
inquiries,
So scratch the or matters that generate significant community attention.
yeah, just any high volume inquiry,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with him on that.
draft response should be shared with the full board. I think just the norm of like, hey, I'm thinking of sending that out. You've got a day to respond to let me know if you have a problem with it, and then I'll send it. Whether it's about something like school closure, which we know will rile people up, or gym equipment that Jarvis put in, it's like, I don't think anyone's gonna be mad about it, but they might.
And I need a little bit of clarification on what you're considering mass communications, because that like I said, some things are written on behalf of the board, but don't come directly from me. It may say board, and maybe I just green light it, but it's not coming from my email inbox.
That would
Could be
count.
the other, they come the other way around. Some I could have nothing to do with. It just, like James said, could be a letter that has our names on the bottom of it.
I think
So what are you considering?
letter with our names on the bottom, that's just the norm of working on a board, that's fine. But if it's addressed as from the Board of Education,
Or if it's like a board chair letter.
Those are part of like regular, like the regularity, you know what I'm saying, outside of the regular.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think, because like for me, the board newsletter, maybe not, but we can talk about maybe how to newsletter in general.
Ad hoc that's what you're describing. You're describing things that are not routine.
Yes,
Ad hoc mass communications from the board will be circulated to the full board for review prior to release.
That sounds good.
Since the board chair letter, and that the board, that
Yeah.
the system is that hasn't been already taken by, okay. All right. I just get confused because it sounds like you're reviewing the actions that you've already taken.
The board newsletter is literally the agenda.
A transcript.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not, we don't need to
I don't
review
need to
that.
look at that, but it's
So a board
unusual.
chair letter or a board chair comment, those are actions?
Sometimes, I don't know, sometimes we are making statements there that it's the first time those statements are being. And I think that is what board members are saying. I would like to just know that that's being said in advance.
Okay. All right. I just didn't understand.
Sure.
All right,
Last new one in there.
that was the last one. Now, I highlighted the, superintendent evaluation, chief executive officer, superintendent evaluation, because you all have been talking about things that really, if you're going to you should be taken care of in the evaluation, which should always be aligned to your strategic plan. Be aligning that to that. But I wanted you guys to take a look at this again and to see where there is, because I think you address it all in here, but I want you all to take a look at this. Here it talks about setting clear goals, objectives each year for the superintendent, alignment with the strategic plan.
I don't have that it's here, does anyone?
I think where I'm getting confused, and I'm sorry, we have our norms here, and then we did the self-assessment, and this is also a standard in the self-assessment. So is this then where I would talk about comments I put in the self-assessment? Because these are norms.
This is talking about your process and what you do, how you implement the
Okay.
superintendent's evaluation.
So the only thing I'd put, I think it was a follow-up to what, I can't remember who mentioned at the last meeting. And the way I framed it was, because I think, Dr. Whitaker, you and I both kind of paused at the same time. You know, when you're talking about evaluations, you understand that it's executive session. But I did like the suggestion of some public input, perhaps in building the process, the tool, right? And, you know, what I put in my comments is, so we'd have to be careful about how we did that, right? That's just not something you could do willy-nilly. I was reading about Virginia DOE, and they do a stakeholder input, but again, I wondered if even for us, that's not really though, at that point, I guess, I don't know who evaluates us, but,
Well, the voters.
yeah, I was gonna say that, but.
You're talking about government.
Yeah.
Will be evaluated by an external partner, so that you can qualify for exemplary board status. And one of the things we keep saying, the reason why we have to talk about the vision project is not only because the vision project is something that's important, but we have to do it because that's a qualification of it. The external evaluation of the board is a part of that process.
Yeah, so and you're speaking of the external stakeholder committee.
Mm-hmm.
And different languages used in different places for that, but that's a piece where cross-section of stakeholders, however you all develop that,
Mm-hmm.
then is given the opportunity to give you input on how the governance team functioning, based on certain indicators.
I do want to address kind of Board Member Anderson's question, though, because I think you're talking about Superintendent Whitaker's evaluation itself.
Or the
That's
tool that we're
different,
using.
the tool that we're using.
Yeah, that's different.
I'm going to push back on that just because I think, one, I'm elected to this chair. I'm loath to relinquish that. I don't know that the community has the expertise, has the knowledge, has all of the information necessary. And then on top of that,
this is fundamentally what the representative body is meant to do. Like, that is 100% one of the core three things that we do. I'm pretty loath to relinquishing that up to other folks.
Well, I don't think, I mean, yeah, I get that. I didn't want to relinquish it in any capacity. I just was looking more at the building of it, not the actual evaluation. No, obviously, that's us.
I'm willing to have a conversation about empty, and we had talked a little bit about this as a body, whether we want to publish not the evaluation, but just the tool. Like,
Right.
here are the 10 things that we're looking at. Empty. That is a conversation we can have. Obviously, the superintendent has to be comfortable with that as well. But in terms of what goes into that document, I'm going to be hard pressed to let somebody else tell me what.
At the end of the day, you were elected to do. That's your job. Your job is to hire, to evaluate, to like, that's your job. That's what you were elected to. I think that the instrument that you use to evaluate the superintendent, and even the areas that you're evaluating the superintendent in, again, you see, it said in state board, in the it should be aligned to your strategic plan. There's no problem with showing that to your community. It's aligned to your strategic plan. They can see what you're evaluating the superintendent on. They don't need to see the final evaluation. But just as you wouldn't show a final evaluation of a teacher or anybody else, right? But you would show, you can show what the instrument is, right? But that's your job. That's not the community's job. That's why they elected you.
The governance team has joint discussion on building that instrument, as you all know.
And I will say that this is the document or process that further explains my contract, the items that are specified in my contract as your superintendent. Not necessarily the contracts of previous superintendents indicator, but my contract.
All right, so I don't necessarily hear any changes to this. I just wanted to pull it because you all had talked about building her evaluation instrument, but that doesn't necessarily, I think it's all covered in, I personally think it's covered in there. I just didn't know if you all felt that way because of some of the questions that were being, comments that were being made.
I don't have any.
Not me.
Move it, Chicken Group?
Look,
All righty.
3 minutes early.
Well done. Well done.
All right, well, thank you all for allowing us to kind of walk you through this process. I do think that it is a good process to walk through with an independent, someone kind of helping to guide the conversation. I do think that that is important. It's hard to do that when it's just you all talking, even though y'all do a lot of talking among yourselves. But it is good, it's good to have kind of that facilitating voice in the room.
Thank you very much.
That helps you do that, so.
Y'all meet.
More power to you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson and Dr. King, for joining us today. Your guidance and support are greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch, for capturing the revisions, and we look forward to seeing the final product at the March 10th pre-work session. Oh, Lord. The final agenda item is the GSBA governance team self-assessment, which I will facilitate.
So, a little bit of a logistic infrastructure issue we've got a solution to. If you go into your BOE email, there's an email from me sitting there with a Zoom link. It's not the regular broadcast one. You'll share the self-evaluation, that Zoom, that will give that
You
one.
just sent me?
I just sent it to you. It might be clearing
Oh,
the
here we go.
filters and whatnot.
Okay. Do what with this?
Click that link. Don't worry, it's safe. It's me. But I know. You know what else I think?
I need to see it in contract.
Yeah.
Open for Milton.
more sugar.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
All right, Dr. Fulton, try that one again.
All right.
Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Are you?
I think so.
Where all the student board reps go,
I mean, 100% right.
right?
100%. But yeah. All my decisions are coming out like March 26th-ish.
Yeah,
I will
was
keep y'all updated.
harassing.
I'm sorry.
Feel like,
Hold on.
given your age, it's the only question you get, so I like to ask it in a jovial way.
Congratulations on that start.
Wait,
too.
here's something.
Here you
Okay.
go. Like this,
Yes, ma'am.
Open this.
Crack it open.
I can't remember anymore, do you?
And then join
please.
it.
Yep. And I want you to.
Because I get
yeah,
confused
mute
what
yourself.
vowels
Perfect.
and
Ma'am.
vowels get, and I know what star student
I got
is, so. Get anything other than like notice and recognize?
$100.
Okay, that's what I call
A lot of Chick-fil-A
You don't have to go to work.
Oh, yeah,
You
okay.
have to-
free sandwiches now.
You can just share it.
Who was the star teacher?
Miss Leach, you know what? He does IB English year 1.
So you had Miss Beach junior year?
Ma'am. Here's your Dr. Fulton, ma'am, to-
It's not even an asterisk star student anymore, everyone's taking it, right? I know for years, it was like only a few were taking it, but
I think, I thought I read that
Near
most
100%.
schools are required.
Yeah, this year I'll be taking it.
Did you try like, I've heard different regions of the country favor, like Midwest, the ACT, but now students tell me they take both.
Don't look at all my tabs.
I definitely hear SAT, but then it seems like over the years, students have told me they'll take both and then see
Okay.
which one
Crack back open.
Yeah,
is better.
Share that window.
I never really heard of, like, the
Yeah.
Yeah, I just,
it's definitely better.
Have you,
It has an optional science section. It's way more, like, less reading, but it's, like, faster paced.
so now as you take.
Like, if you're bad at reading long passages.
is ACT also more like skills-based, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's, like, I like the SAT better from what I can tell, but I've never taken it, no, I've never taken a practice.
What's it on a score of now? Is it 1,600 still, or
Yeah.
is it, okay.
Well, I thought it
Who didn't
changed
do
to
their homework?
2,400.
Isn't that the GRE?
Yeah, I don't know.
Nope, the graduate readiness exam.
Wait until
That's
you
what
take that
before I
one.
did my master's. I crushed the GRE. I don't remember what I did on
I
that.
bet you
I had the craziest, like, verbal, and then,
Just so you remember, you can-
a friend and I had studied together though, and I was just like,
We just wanted
Wait,
to.
SAT or-
killing me, no, GRE.
GRE.
And if other folks wanna log in to like read the descriptors or anything.
I got like a 2320 or
I don't
something. I
remember
got
what it
really
was
close.
I did.
no.
Did you do it, Jim? That's cool.
No, I was not joking, I did not do it.
How do you have 6
Really?
satisfactory if not everybody did it?
Well, I am learning to,
Yeah.
I'm like,
The 5 of us plus Nia plus G.
Oh,
So James, you're the odd man out?
again.
All right, let's pound through it.
We need Jean at this point.
Yeah, probably.
So,
We can get started. I mean,
This whole.
at least where it's all unanimous.
Okay. I mean, that is the thing with Wilson March, I should have said some things. Oh, yeah. All right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, standard A, governance leadership team is comprised of local board of education, superintendent, appropriate roles and responsibilities as defined by state constitution, state law. Everybody says satisfactory.
Consensus rating?
All right. Standard B.
Wait, select your consensus rating. Because you
Oh, I
see
got
all
it.
the ratings, but you don't, yeah, there you go.
Okay, standard B, the governance team, leadership team executes its duties as defined in the state constitution, state laws, state board, constituent with local board policies, accreditation standards, procedures, ethical standards, which govern its conduct. 5, satisfactory. 1, needs improvement. So the board communication norms address code of ethics and conflict of interest standards. However, they could be clearer. The board is currently revising these, norms, particularly things that appear to access to information. Absent majority support, equitable access to information is essential to people filling fiduciary oversight responsibilities. I've requested records for several weeks related to a PR consultant engagement and have received incomplete responses.
We discussed it.
Okay, so that's consensus, well, the consensus is 5.
Yep.
I mean, it's satisfactory. Board acts as policy making body separate from the roles and responsibilities authorized to the superintendent, so this is split. 3, satisfactory. 3, needs improvement. Okay.
I can summarize, are you supposed to read it verbatim?
You can probably read.
I think I really said this during our discussion earlier, but I saw a need for attention given possibly to policy versus regulation. And then, you know, as I said earlier, I was thinking specifically of that constituents question. And then I think I cited the executive function, and I quoted from the standard in acquiring or disposing of real estate and other property, construction of facilities in particular. And so I thought specifically of K through 2 and ECLC in that, and I looked at Fulton Ford policy, education specifications for design, and then Marietta has one for building project records, but that's for ESPLOS. So I don't know if our audit does that for the bond or anything else, but.
So I can speak specifically to Fulton's policy on it. So Fulton has over 110 buildings. And so when they build a building, there are specific educational specifications that are aligned to what the DOE's ed specs are. And that policy is because you have very large maps that you have to ensure the same build in every location because your south and your north can look different. I would also want you to understand, prior to 4 years ago, the average tenure of a board member was 20+ years. So Fulton's policy manual, as you heard Ms. Wilson say,
Old.
It's not only old, but it's a lot because it's people that have been creating and maintaining, and realize your policy manual is very, very new.
I think this one, they either updated or it's new, that like, it was
They have a
February.
revision.
Yeah.
They have a revision cycle just like us, but ed specs is just, that's what they do to build buildings. Because you can't have one side of the district have a building that looks a different way than another side.
Any other feedback? I put needs improvement for this, namely because of number. Operations versus what's actually board governance. So I think sometimes we struggle with that, although it's sometimes sometimes it does get fuzzy. I think sometimes we struggle with what's actually operations.
I agree with that. Not a consensus, but it's certainly not satisfactory, so I
Okay.
think it needs improvement.
All right. Consensus comment?
I think staying in our governance lane is a thing that we can.
Okay.
I think also just clarifying roles and responsibilities is part of that too, right? Understanding your role as governance and versus operations. Operation help us stay in our lane.
So I think, I mean,
It's when they get intertwined that it gets confusing.
We're on standard C, correct?
okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Standard D, the governance leadership team demonstrates a unified approach to governing a school system in order to assure effective fulfillment of roles and responsibilities. That's D. Professional development, governance leadership team differentiates professional development curriculum and delivery for whole board and individual members. New members are provided with an introduction, orientation, and mentoring based in order to support their effectiveness. We have two needs improvement or satisfactory.
I wrote satisfactory for this, but from like a student member perspective, you know, I've appreciated all the training I've got, but a lot of it has been just like by being in the weeds. And, you know, I think we can continue to refine how we're onboarding members. Like even this year, we struggled to schedule it so that my like internship block was aligned with like on that last, at the end of the day on Tuesday. And so I missed a lot of class. So that has limited like my efficacy. So just like as a general note, not a specific ask, but like continuing to like be thoughtful about how we're equipping our.
So are we okay with satisfactory?
I would include the comment that Nia just made, though.
Can you summarize it for me?
Continue to be thoughtful and like a word that means like
Cognizant.
constantly or
Am I writing in the right place?
Mm-hmm.
innovative. Yeah.
With her master's degree.
Yeah, that's news to me, right? And so that's something that I think would be helpful for us to know and to take into account with other student board members.
Student board members.
Just continually improving the process of onboarding, training, and scheduling
It's really,
for
yeah.
student board reps.
Her, your schedule, because she's a student, like, first, we got.
First and foremost, you are effective.
Really, I was told Nia has the most complicated student schedule ever in the history of Decatur High School.
I'm sure that's definitely the nature of the role too, but.
But it is something, we work with the school, so we've already reached out this year to, in master schedule.
Very good.
Wait, so are we saying it's Nia's fault?
Yeah.
Let me just say.
Well,
Outstanding students.
what I will let you know that we had C as the need improvement standard from last year, self-assessment. The, just so you know, what was designed in the action plan was for today, which was to have the changing role of today's governance team as the school board youth course. But you had the live course and by them, but, so yeah, so I would want to say that that's 2 years in a row that we've had that standard, so we definitely want to address it.
All right. Okay, 2. A, leadership team provides input and adopts the system strategic plan. This is split 3 and 3. Okay. Okay, comment about the newer strategic plan.
Well, I don't mind owning my comment, which was, again, I used the language of the self-assessment and collaboration. 28 strategic plan has been updated. And then we review it. I believe also it says we adopt it each year. And so I'm just not clear. I think we do a very good job of like, hey, these are the strategic accelerators and we have this beam up, but I couldn't tell you how we're using community input.
Well, so the strategic plan as written was built with community input. I don't know that.
But then it was updated. And when it was and then the standards, because there's a later standard that also talks about it.
When did we adopt an updated plan? And I'm not saying you're wrong, I just don't remember.
I asked that email because the 23-28 was adopted, I believe, in March 23. The one that's posted as a summary is dated July 23. The only public-facing document I could find was the board retreat from May 2024 that, like, on the bottom, very bottom, because I think one of the updates was the ECLC.
Okay, and that would have been the last time. So my comment was that the last one, that I don't recall ever actually re-adopting, like reaffirming on an annual basis. And we can have a decision as to whether we want to, but we did say we would. And I don't recall us ever actually reviewing and re-adopting.
I think one of the standards specifically says we're supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I made that comment, right?
Maybe we need to do that, to, look at it annually and considering the feedback that we're getting from the community.
I want to emphasize that the strategic plan is not built solely on the community's feedback.
Yeah.
It's not a community-facing document. It is something that the community participates in, but the board has a big say in it, so does the staff.
Right, it's a three-part.
So what I do want to say is that you might remember that what was our charter approved document with the DOE was approved in May of 23.
We had to resubmit it.
Yeah, there was a resubmission process.
So that because what was listed there was not in alignment, it was the old information.
Right, in the rush submission during a time of transition, they did not update the document as was submitted, so we had to resubmit the correct one.
Yes.
Everything's date got changed, but the original pillars of the strategic plan were agreed upon by the community, were the same. Those are the big picture items, like where we should focus our attention, but it doesn't.
That sounds right.
It doesn't or shouldn't ever include action items on particular things.
I think that it was bringing coherence to all of the foundational documents. So in the foundational documents of the 90-day plan I was given, which is basically my first semester of being here, the strategic plan and the charter all kind of needed to be in alignment because they were disparate. They were diverging into different places because some of the, whatever. So we finally, by May, and the reason why you say by May 24, Board Member Anderson, because by that point, in May of 24, we finally got the revised approved version from the state, which then is now everything is aligned, in alignment.
Right, but I mean, we did have a training here where I think it started with the fact that this is not something we created, right? That this tool includes.
Oh, this assessment.
Yeah, like, so this, we didn't make this up and GSBA didn't make this up, right? And so, again, when I'm reading
What
this
do we mean?
particular tool that measures or identifies these standards, these policies, procedures, the fact still remains that it identifies community input in two different standards here, specific to a strat plan. If you look at our May 2024 board retreat, it specifically talks about the strat plan being effectively a living document. And so I think to the same conclusion you drew, Hans, if I understood you correctly, is when are we reviewing this? And given the fact that the ECLC is probably one of the most important features of that strat plan,
So,
and the fact that we talk about community input is where I see a real need for improvement.
I don't disagree with that. I think reviewing it, like, say, every January, you pull it up, you look at it, see if you want to change it, you know, if you want to adjust it, make sure you still agree is reasonable. But, you know, realize it has a 5-year life, so you don't go through and, like, tear the car apart and rebuild it. But I don't know if I completely agree that the ECLC is the most important part of it. There's a ton of parts of it
Oh,
that
yeah.
are
I
very
think to the
important.
community part and community input, sitting on this board besides K through 12, and then one other, I guess, HR matter, for lack of a better word, because I wasn't on the board during COVID, it could be the single most thing for which people have emailed, and we have various.
But teacher salaries and teacher retention is on there, and that's all.
Okay, but again, I'm just saying community input, because it appears that when the ECLC was added to the updated strat plan, there wasn't an adoption, and we didn't have any community input with it. It was simply shared during the board retreat.
I also don't know if the right direction to go is to start adjusting the strat plan based on whatever is. But then we would change it like every year, and we might be painfully off track. Now, should we review it every year? I think that's totally reasonable. Should we change it based on whatever is, you know, kind of the flavor of the minute? I don't know if that would be the right.
I don't think I'm looking at changing it. I'm thinking again of the ways in which we can be the most effective. And so perhaps because we hadn't reviewed it in a way or readopted it in a way where it would have been as public facing, then there was a lot more energy and many more resources used. So I'm not suggesting it should have been changed, suggesting that it doesn't appear to have had the community input, or we don't appear to have used it, whatever process was or wasn't there, so that maybe resources are being spent in a direction that didn't have to be, if in fact we were reviewing it.
Am I correct that the strategic plan is just the 5 pillars that we've agreed on as a community and we voted on? So that's a aspect of implementing the strategic plan.
go to, open a new tab, and then open up the assembly again. Open assembly. I really do it on there. Or CFD assembly. How do you, I have to say,
Right here?
you can get to it from there.
Right here, Amanda?
Yeah.
That'll get you, yeah.
Mhm.
Might have to click.
And then click on assembly. Or the blue link.
Here?
Right, down in the middle.
Amanda.
I get you. Blue link, right there.
Yep, click that blue link.
So one of the things that we do at the November and the May board retreat, get her to it, to planning. We have a summary twice a year on what we're meeting, the goals and objectives.
Sure.
Like, do you remember when we were over at the Cater Center? And we said, this is the strategic plan, and then click on.
Scrolling down though,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see, keep going. At the bottom is like the. During that time, when you guys gave feedback.
Do you remember doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Now-
I remember this.
Now, click back a tab, or go back to where you just were a second ago. Now, scroll up a little more. Yep, and now, so then you can go to the KPIs. We talk about the KPIs and when we update them, when it's appropriate, meaning twice a year, because you're not gonna get CCRPI data every quarter.
Sure.
But in November, or November board retreat, is when we are doing that part of what's in that standard. We will do it again in May for what we've received over the next 6 months. So now go back to your original tab with the policy, or what we were updating, our self-assessment. Yep, okay. So, at least annually and as needed, the governance leadership team reviews, assesses the system strategic plan, and the board readopts. We don't readopt, i.e., have go through those. Each one of, in May is when you go through all the objectives and look at all of the.
There's a difference between looking at the KPIs that are under the current plan and saying, are we hitting what we said we're gonna hit under the current plan?
Or you kind of dig into it.
Versus saying, is this still the right plan? And I think that's what when I read assesses the system strategic plan and the board readopts, there is a conversation, it doesn't have to be a giant one, but there is a conversation that says, are these still the pillars that we like? Is this still the direction that we want to be going? And the answer might be no, but we still vote and say, we adopt this plan.
So that's done once a year?
It's not done.
You can add that in May when you talk about your BMOC, which is what do you want to, because that's the same meeting that we say,
yep,
what do you want to talk about when for the next year, which is aligned to the strat plan.
I think this is a needs improvement, and the comment is, in the May meeting, we add a review and
that May retreat.
But do we vote at retreats? I don't recall voting at a retreat.
Well, why would we need to vote?
Well, because it says
we're
readopt, because you're readopt.
Yeah. We can vote, right? There's no reason why, yeah, this is a call, an announced official meeting. So, yeah, I think in the May retreat, we'll just add, an item to the agenda to review the strategic pillars, to have the conversation about the plan, and to vote to readopt.
But sorry, and we'll pick up with the community standard after. So are we saying, because I wrote, I think, here, and then later the strat plan comes up again, the community input part. I want to be very clear. I am not suggesting that every single person in the community sits at a table and helps us. But at the same time, community input is here. I hear what you're saying, James, that the community helps. No, earlier you said the community helps inform or input the original strat plan that then we have identified as a living document and can be revised and readopted. So where does that community input?
Yeah, I'm wondering how.
But you asked about community, and you said it appears twice, but I don't see it anywhere. Am I missing it?
The governance team, in collaboration with the community, provides input to.
And adopts the strategic plan.
Okay.
We did that. That was in 23.
But when
It'll
the
happen again in
strategic plan
28.
is updated,
Doesn't say it.
Doesn't say it.
but we readopt it. So
Yeah,
we just keep readopting the same policy.
No,
we
the
changed
governance leadership team.
We review and adopt it. We heard strongly from the community, and I'm sorry that you didn't serve, but it's the one time where the community means the community. GSBA did a mailing campaign. They walked through. It wasn't the 13 people who were angry. It was the community.
Yeah.
And I do mean that intentionally, coming up and showing and speaking. It's not taking the worst of us. It's taking the most of us.
And I appreciate that, but I really do take issue with any identifications of angry community members. Maybe it's because I'm a teacher and I'm used to a parent who might not be satisfied with something. I can appreciate we might have angry community members, but I just don't think we need to keep reframing anyone who's asking questions as angry community members, even though some may be angry.
Let's just be.
Wait a minute. There was a grammatical shift there, where I said we are responding to angry people, and then you said that I've characterized anyone who speaks
Okay, James,
as an angry person.
So let's just talk about the specifics of the words. Point one is every 5 years, with the collaboration of the community, we build a strategic plan and adopt it. point two, which is the one we're talking about now, annually and as needed, it's us that reviews, assesses the strategic plan. Obviously, in that assessment, we're going to bring our perspective to the table around what we think the views of the community are, but we are not under point two annually to seek input on the plan. And so I think in May, we review, have our perspective, and, yeah.
The compromise, what about using the SOP? So they have leaders, their community, they are elected.
I put that in.
How, that's not the, but if we're trying to figure out a way to bridge community input with this particular matter, which to James's point, it does not say broad, input into a readoption, but as a bridge point, maybe there's SLTs, there's the SCLTs, there's the advisory councils, we could see how to use them.
I think it's just what we hear too, maybe from our one-on-ones or from the emails or from the, public feedback, just being cognizant of that when we.
Maybe using some of.
Yeah, what you bring as a board member should be informed by all of those things.
But
But it is a far cry to say the board should be informed by those things. Those are two different, we're each elected to represent, choose to do that in a way that.
Right. Standard B, utilizing the adopted strategic planning process, the leadership team monitors and reports progress on performance measures. All right, 5 satisfactory, 1 needs improvement.
I put the Georgia DOE student growth percentiles because, Georgia DOE, considering student growth, in addition to student achievement, provides a more complete picture of academic performance. More closely, we look good, but I would like us to look more closely at the college readiness numbers on the back page, where you get to see, and again, comparatively, I've, looked at Alpharetta, that's an IB school district, I've looked at Walton. The number of our Decatur students that are entering technical colleges or the Georgia system and not meeting remedial classes, what the Lexile or the reading score is for our students with SAT and AP.
So the difference in what Decatur does versus some other schools is the number of students that actually matriculate out of Decatur in Georgia versus anywhere else in the nation. So that is only able to pull Georgia students, and the majority of our students graduate and go out. They can't pull, they're not pulling National Clearinghouse data to inform our Georgia technical USG. It's only Georgia. So our students who are staying with us in Georgia, it's a small number in proportion. But I can give you a full deep dive on CCRPI.
I think just because
we can go there.
We do really well, as a lot of schools do. We get 100% in advanced academic performance. Kudos. But I want to understand more of those students who are graduating and who took these academic classes. How capable are they to perform in those college or
and we can go through the CCRPI.
Okay. Board and community relations, standard A, the leadership team develop a process for creating a culture where input is sought and valued. All right, 2 satisfactory, 4 needs improvement.
I mean, if no one wants to hear me, what I really latched on to here was that, there's input, and there's review, and there's feedback, and I just don't see a process in which we categorize and use. I see a lot of opportunities for people to share things. They can email us, they can come to a board meeting, they can put some information in a survey, they can go to a listening session, they can go to the community meeting, but I don't see the system we have in place to use that. I see we have a lot of good systems for people to speak and share.
I struggle with this one because I think some of the voices that we hear are not representative of the entire community. And I think sometimes these voices also come in. So I struggle with wanting to hear people and make decisions, but then realizing that it's a small percentage of the community at large. Like even when I go back home and I talk to my neighbors or, friends that, I've known for years, and they're like, I totally don't feel that way. I heard public comment, I don't feel that way at all. And then I get conflicted. But I also know that, for years before I became very active in the community, I didn't go to board meetings and speak at public comment. When I was a fellow, when I was, I had 2 really young kids, I didn't public comment. So I think that's something that I struggle with. I think, my thought is that I think we need to be a little bit more clear with the community about our role. They elected us to make decisions, and sometimes we are going to make decisions that are unpopular, but may not require community input. Sometimes, like Val said, we're privy to information and use that information to make decisions as a governance team. And if we ask for community input all the time, it gives the illusion that the whole community is in the room with us, and sometimes they're not. So I think we need to be clear when we're asking for input because your input is going to guide us, or we're asking for your input, or we're sending something out there just FYI you. I think we can be a little bit more clear about that.
I feel like we're kind of talking about, again, like 2 different arenas here. So I hear you, right? There are just things that unfortunately, someone may not be satisfied, but hypothetically, right, we got to do X, and X program just isn't getting the return on the investment, and my heart goes out to you because you love the sewing class, right? I hope we don't have a sewing class. But here, it specifically talks about a culture in which ideas are sought, valued. Again, I feel like we have created a process for people to share. So maybe that's the sought part. But I don't know how
We're taking it in, I mean, when we have those surveys and feedback, do we get all of that information as board members?
Because I think the question becomes, and why are we doing it? So if the starting point is, sorry, we're doing this anyway, then, because as someone who has attended many board meetings, and I think, James, you were on the board when I emailed the board during COVID, there's nothing more defeating than I took the time to read this stuff. I took the time out of my day to come, and a thank you. And then the other part is, if we're not synthesizing it, how do we know that we're not overlooking something good? Like, we had a lot of good people in the community that helped us, or at least me, think about questions and things regarding the K-2 process, learning a lot more about the school. So I understand the people that might be complaining or unhappy. And
I think it depends on what it is. I think like I said, there's some decisions we're going to make, and they're not going to be popular, but the decision is going to be what it's going to be. And then then maybe we put out FAQs or FYIs, like here's, I know we've gotten a lot of emails, but this is the way that it's going to be. And then maybe sometimes we're putting out surveys because really, like I think changing public comment, that was a good example. We put out we could go either way about this. We put out some surveys, we got some feedback, and then ultimately we made a decision. But I think we need to be a little bit more clear about where I truly struggle is that there are a lot of people in this community, and we hear from a fraction of the time.
I think it's extraordinarily important to not be misled by the phrase sought, valued, or heard. That does not ever mean followed. Like, I can value someone's input, I can hear their input, and decide to not follow that input. And I have still valued it, I have still heard it, I am making a decision that I am imbued with to do the thing that I think is correct, that might be different from what that individual thinks. So the sought, valued, or heard does not mean followed. And that's a really kind of critical component that I think you're starting to get to when you say we hear from a relatively active but small group of people. Our job is to make the decisions that are best for the children in this community, synthesizing everything we're hearing, You can value someone's input and you can hear it and still make a different decision, and that does not mean that it's not valued or heard, even if the person might be mad at us about it. Our job is to make the decision that's right for the kids anyway.
But I think, like, when I read this, it talks about advocating for effective collaboration and engagement of internal and external stakeholders. If we feel like we're not getting representative input, then what are we doing about it? Because I feel like we spend a lot of time talking about how, well, whoever's, communicating with us, that's not the majority, and we're going to make a decision. Well, then let's move this into an arena where we actually do describe what collaboration we're looking for, because I'm hearing from decision-making, I'm doing it. So then...
Yeah, I am not outsourcing my decision-making to the community,
and I'm
not at all.
I know that I am more informed when I learn from people, and right now, I just don't know what that process is.
What do you mean? No, but you're more informed,
Yeah, when I
and you
learn
made a
from
decision.
people.
as am I.
As am I.
That is a tautology. We are more informed when we hear from people.
Okay, so then why are we doing, when we have a community meeting,
Yeah.
we five sit there,
Mm-hmm.
and then it ends. And then I guess each of us kind of qualitatively or subjectively synthesizes whatever we heard, and then we follow the process of either calling Carmen to let her know we want to do this, putting, this can't be that difficult. The city does such a good job of community engagement. And so I'm not comfortable with the idea that, well, the people that are coming are complaining, and that's a small group. And so if we're well, I hear that.
I'm hearing too, in this, because I haven't been here a long time, and I just have observed the K-2 process, and, going to effective collaboration. We heard a lot of really cool ideas, actually, from the community, right? About, maybe adding pre-K or doing or
Expanding
things like
tuition
that.
program.
Yes, exactly, a lot of great ideas. So that,
All of
those
those got
ideas
implemented.
I'm speaking effective collaboration. So, I think it kind of goes into the committee work that we are still fleshing out, right? How do we maybe form a committee or have a standing committee, advisory committee on these really important enrollment or utilization, studies or issues that we're going to have. And because we have a lot of really educated, smart people with great ideas. So if they, can help us, guide us, right, through these processes, because I think you're right. Like, when you look at the city of Decatur, the commission, they have a lot of standing committees and ways to engage with Decatur 101 or all these things, and I think we can do that too, to help maybe positive good feedback. Because I hear what you're saying in terms of, like, you don't want to give minority source, but I think there are a lot of really good voices too, and ideas that we have in the community that we can harness, right?
Yeah, and I think to say that you're more likely to hear from someone when they're angry is,
No.
and I think to say that hearing from someone is valueless unless there's like a meeting the next day to address it is also, like you hear, like you collect ideas, we communicate with people, like I hear from public comment, and then I talk to some friends, and I walk, we all do this, and but you're also looking at data, and all of that comes together to create an informed board member, decision maker that's doing their job. Is where, man, to call feedback valueless is crazy. I loved when we sat down with Jarvis and we're like, these are the things that I want to hear, that I want answers to data-wise before we make a decision from a school. Just community impact. I am not arrogant to say that, like, I'm the one who came up with those ideas, but I had a list of things that I had heard that I was written down.
Right.
So it seems like it is very much happening. This is an area that needs improvement. I'm not hearing anyone push back on that. There were a couple of votes against it, but the majority seems to support it, I think. But the reason the city does a good job is because they have these listening sessions, and then you hear those listening sessions reflected in their agenda as commissioners. But that's also happening regularly for the school board and the school board agenda as well. So I hesitate to say that.
Cities per se, like standing.
Well, yeah, there's a different, cities are encouraged to
Yeah.
create committees, school boards are not encouraged to create committees.
But I think harnessing, right, not just you know, I'm a mediator too, and I deal with a lot of angry parents, and so I think it's getting them to focus and harness their frustrations into something to see how it can be productive, right? And asking them, okay, what are your goals? So, you know, when we have these committees or informational sessions, it's trying to focus that into, okay, it's easy to complain, but it's hard to solve a problem and figure out the next steps. And so I think that, you know, we can do that better. And we've been talking about it with the K-2 informing committees or standing committees or, you know, Decatur parent.
Well, so what is it that we, like, again, to your point, James, the majority of us said this needs improvement. And yet we know that we have, or am I wrong, multiple mechanisms right now for the community, for stakeholders, although then what is it that we think we need?
I think we need to harness
need
that.
to define what exactly we have to have something that we're gonna work on, so I can type here, what do you feel like the problem is?
I mean, I definitely think the SLT or committee model would definitely be effective, because that also solves the problem of, like, if it's a community member who's not just, like, angry in one moment, but is working in partnership for a long period of time. They're not just, you know, they're not just venting, but they're also more familiar with the processes. Like, I'm sure that SLT leaders, since they're consuming all of these presentations and stuff, are just way more well-versed in, like, the process of the district. So that would definitely solve one problem. But I also think, to Ms. Anderson's, like, there is a part of the heard part that is just, even if it's not acting, just, like, repeating it back to like, to the populace. I don't know if that could look like, I don't know if you're asking for maybe, like, a report out. I also wonder if maybe just sometimes a report out, the discretion of, like, board members. You know, after Dr. Sullivan gives her chair comments, she always asks, you know, if the other members have any discussion, and at that point, any of you, which I think is the norm in some other districts, any of you could say, like, oh, this is what I've heard, these are my feelings. We often don't do that, but other boards definitely do, and I think that could be a great point of that. But I definitely think looking at, you know, we don't hear a lot about what the SLTs are thinking in, like, an official report out, and I think just that work is already happening, but just making it more regularly a part of discussion.
Yeah, that's policy, but Fulton does have a board committees policy.
How does that work?
They have different committees, and
I didn't hear the first part of what you said.
Fulton has a board committees policy, because I was looking up different governance structures, like policies, but I feel like right now, we at least have a starting point with the SLTs and we were charter leaders.
So SLT have a job with the principal that is similar to our job, where they're empowered on how the budget is spent, feedback, personnel issues, and hiring at the school level.
The SCLT is from.
But the SCLT in our charter.
Existed in the charter to make sure that there was equity of information and budgeting between the schools without third-party feedback. So when I first sat in as the SCLT chair in 2017, it was a meeting where it was like making sure that Oakhurst and Glenwood had similar resources and similar questions, and were there any themes that they were seeing in hiring and stuff like that. It wasn't like a school board policy. That doesn't mean it can't be, because most people who serve on the SLT do raise questions, or like, I want to be.
I don't know that I think that there is something to better leveraging SCLT specifically, not necessarily the SLT. I don't know that it relates solely to policy, because I do think that's pretty much within our wheelhouse, but I think that there is something to using them as a sounding board on, like, that's just a broader array of what the community, they have a perspective there as well that they can feed up to us. We can feed to them same information, right? I mean, so I think there is a value to being able to use them a little bit more broadly than just that specifics of the charter, but I don't necessarily have the answer right now, right? Like, I think this is maybe something that we need to think about. I also, Carmen, that first sentence, I think you mean to say engage community members who are not only interested in issues
but problem solving. But
Maybe more effectively using the SCLT to get feedback and ask, you know, questions.
Maybe we take this question of committees to the SCLT. Like, I'd be curious what their perspective.
I don't know, I feel like on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, I feel like all feedback is not good feedback. You know, you need feedback at points, you need it in particular doses. You don't, like, a barrage of feedback is like cats in a bag. Like, you don't know what to do with it, you don't know how to utilize it, and I feel like that's when people feel like they're unheard. You know, because they don't know where they are in the lineup, they don't know, you know, how, you cannot respond effectively. So I feel like, you know, rather than saying we need more feedback, maybe we need to narrow the scope, the timing,
Well, I
focus,
think, yeah,
all
the
of those
hardest
things.
thing is maybe
Not,
with the
not necessarily saying we need to get more feedback, but figuring out what are we looking for and when do we want it? And then who ultimately is gonna be responsible for synthesizing and collating said feedback? Because ultimately, it doesn't all come to the board. You know, we can ask to see it, but ultimately somebody has to be responsible for the implementation. But if we're just asking to hear from every single community member, I feel like that's when they end up feeling.
Yeah, no, that's where we end up problematic.
Yeah.
I agree.
So this semester, I will meet with SCLT. I met with them January 21st. I'll meet with them March 18th. I'll meet with them April 29th. That's 3 times this semester. I provide their agenda, depending upon if they are right before a board meeting. I can preview what I can preview, but I'm never going to give the community before I give it to you.
Yeah, I understand.
Unless, like it is the creation of the SLT policy, that they created the policy. So I say that to say, it's not like I get feedback on things as they are timely, but know that it's not like I'm meeting with the SCLT 2 days after the board meeting. But I do meet with all administrators the next day after the board meeting to ensure that policy you've passed is then trained upon. And so I just we can leverage it, I definitely want to, but I just want you to know that it's not like I meet with them every single month like staff.
I think we may also have to decide as a board what feedback we need to see versus what we're okay with the cabinet and other people synthesizing. So, you know, do we need to see every single month the budget feedback, or are we okay with Lonita, like high level, you know, triaging those things? You know, I don't know, I think sometimes that to me feels unclear, because we're saying we want feedback, but then we're not clear about where it's going, who it's going to, and then ultimately when it has to rise to our level. But we have to be clear as a board as to what we want to see, how often, and then the structure of it, because then ultimately it has to be in line with, you know, our goals as a body.
The goal is to capture like the working committee spirit of the utilization study. And then also, like I had even mentioned, like Mr. Adams works with the sustainability board, and we don't directly hear about it, but it definitely informs his work. Like, I think we're looking for prescribed working committees that like pursue topics of interest and then report back to us like on our terms.
And I think, like, the budget thing comes up in a different standard, because I did comment on that, so I think I'm back also to, well, one, this tool identifies input sometimes and then feedback, and so I'll explain that when we get to that one, because I looked it up. I'm like, they're not being tautological here, there's a 3-step process, but this particular standard is in ensuring effective communication and engagement of all stakeholders to support the strategic plan, desired culture, and continuous improvement. And I think it's the culture component that maybe I'm responding mostly to here. Our decision-making authority, yeah, often, I mean, I love the policy review because I get to see before I vote on a policy what people had to say.
Let me ask a question. Do you guys think, I mean, the strategic plan says what the 4 pillars are that are most important to us. five
Yeah.
pillars, sorry. 5 pillars that are most important. Wouldn't a starting point be
It's four.
Four pillars.
Five.
Yeah. There's 4 pillars and the right. We're having to create a pillar for you. No. So sorry, all jokes aside, like, wouldn't it be interesting for there to be a community-based committee for each of those pillars? And we would on conversation or pitch them the things that we have questions about, like, here's a specific topic that we would like a little bit more perspective on, or here is the specific reason we're making this decision, even though there are people that are angry about it. It goes through this group, and it would give the community an avenue to access us an avenue to access the community, but with a committee that is structured to bring down the
Yeah, I think
vitriol a
it's
little
I'm
bit.
just thinking out loud too, maybe we don't need 4 committees, because, that's a lot.
Well, I mean, the
Maybe
city
one
has
committee.
like 12,
True,
right?
But
I mean,
especially when we have important topics.
It just seems like an
catered to-
as-needed.
Yeah, and so that we can harness them, not to just be venting, but to help them problem solve, right? And come up with ideas to help us, right? Because they're on the ground, that's where
the
think
reason
it would
why
be
I think it
useful.
is 4 is because there are a series of topics. I mean, so let's take literacy, and let's take all of the things that we've done to improve student outcomes, right? That's one of our core pillars. And we actually struggle a little bit to get that message into the community about just how successful we've been on that front. It's been dramatic, the shift. And some of the I say moms, but there was a mom group that was yeah. And so they actually have some insight into some of the changes that have happened and the benefits. They also have perspectives on things we need to continue to improve, but because we aren't still having a dyslexia task force, there isn't a great way for that.
To go back
And so
forth.
if there is a student outcomes committee that we can go to periodically and say, hey, look at all this incredible data and look at everything that we've done, absorb this. Sort of the next main thing is that you think. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I do think that
Goes
there's,
both ways.
I do think there's a two-way communication that
Yeah.
is aligned to the strategic plan, that gives the community access, not just on any topic, but specifically related to the strategic plan. I don't know. This is a
like
lot
that.
to put into this document.
We need to flush it out.
I just think that there is some conversations that we can have. I do think the way the city model works pretty well for the topics that are necessary. I just think there's some value in thinking through how we might do that.
Yeah, maybe like a board advisory committee, and like you said, we can keep them apprised of topics and then ask them for feedback.
I think starting where Carmen mentioned, what is it that we want to know and what is it that we want to convey? And that might guide us a little bit on what a committee.
5 minutes. 3 minutes.
We never those policies to ensure effective communication and engagement of all stakeholders, which supports the strategic plan, desired culture, and continuous improvement of the school system.
A lot of needs.
So I went to GSBA's website because I know we've talked about community engagement, and I copied what they said, facilitating active participation, parents, teachers, and community members. So one of the issues I saw on this one was just, do we have a clear identification of who all our stakeholders are? And this kind of indirectly, I think, answers in terms of, hey, if we're just getting a small group here. So the first thing I took note of is the term stakeholder, and so I asked about that. And then I wondered how, when possible, right, these stakeholders have an opportunity to be included in and inform decisions, not just provide feedback. And I think it's the third standard where I noticed it says input, review, and feedback. Maybe it was for the board, for the budget. So that's why I keep harping on that, because input, I think, is more in the decision-making phase, doesn't mean we are going to use each person's suggestion. But to me, the biggest need for improvement is who exactly are our stakeholders? Because they're not called constituents here, and it's not called community.
I feel like that could be part of a conversation about committees and
Because I think students are
In some cases, I mean, I think, yeah, kind of, yeah. I do think, I can't quite remember, but I do think that that last comment, if that's not my comment, I just agree with it completely, that there's a PR element of this, of getting the message out, and getting the message out in a way that the public can absorb and hear. This isn't necessarily about communicating in a way that people can hear. And I don't know that we do that great. And I think that is precisely what a PR team.
I also agree, because one of the things that we talk about in organizing is like the worship of the written word. And you know, not everyone's like reading their emails or reading every communication. Some of that is like word of mouth and face to face. And again, like committees, like just making sure that more people are in the know and that's not just happening.
Gen Z doesn't actually read.
I think the other thing too that using the PR team and stakeholders well is to emphasize what the school system is doing well. I think you can count on media to emphasize clearly and well a lot of successes out there, and they should get equally as much airtime. So that's also something that you use stakeholders for. You have to give them some tools. You have to give them give them something to go out there with. If they don't, we don't give them that, then you know, sometimes all people know is what they.
I'd also written the comment about the student board member, and I know we discussed like how we keep me in the loop. I don't really believe in like a systemic way of doing that or a norm, just because I think I wouldn't want to create work for staff to have to like read through emails and synthesize them. But I would like to encourage, like, you know, there's been many a meeting where I've walked in like completely having no idea what was going on or what the community had in mind. So if anyone like felt it in their personal prerogative, like at their own discretion, to just like be like, hey, board member, student board member, this is what's going on.
So actually, this is a really, let me raise this as a question, because I've actually asked this a couple of times, and I am very aware and sensitive to the fact that there does have to be, right, like we do have to follow the processes. But I do think our processes for how we communicate with our student board reps makes it actually fairly difficult for us to communicate with our student board reps. And I would like us to revisit, how can we put together protocols that respect the you know, whatever the associated safety and various concerns that exist, how can we mitigate that and still make it possible for me to have a conversation with Nia about, hey, Nia, heads up, this is the kind of thing that we've been hearing coming along, right? Like, I don't, like, the only thing that I think we've landed on, because I get the ad hoc, me picking up a phone and calling Nia, maybe that's not going to be okay, but then the only alternative is that we have to go through Amanda and have a class session. Like, I feel like we can figure out a way to streamline. I think we need to figure out a way to streamline this, not just for you, but for Zoe and for all the board reps that are coming in the future.
That question, I mean, and maybe this is an illogical comparison, but I'm thinking like when I advised our newspaper, students are contacting other faculty members and community members sometimes, but I would be CC'd. Mm-hmm. So is it not something as simple, like I know we've talked about this before, but to your point, Hans, then if anyone wants to, you know, give Nia a heads up or you're asking, as long as Amanda's CC'd, what's the problem with that?
That's what's in the norms.
Right, but I think the norms had the whole board.
Well, that should probably be the case.
Yeah, but that starts to complicate and bog down the, let me say it this way, we don't communicate to each other like that, right? And so like we're adding several layers of bureaucratic burden to be able to communicate with Nia in a way that we don't do with each other. And I recognize that there are some, like, I feel like we can.
As long as Amanda's CC'd, then aren't we?
But I was like, if I pick, like, but you can't pick up a phone and call, like, I guess we can do a three-way telephone.
I don't know if Nia wants that.
You know what I mean? But
An email with Amanda copied is fine.
Okay.
I do three-way phone calls.
all right,
It's
I'm better on a phone than an
almost.
email, unless you want a 42-page.
Anyone have an Android?
I get one from Lorraine.
No.
Warren.
Anyone on the board have an Android? Nope.
No.
You just call add a person.
No.
You just add a person and have, but you need to make sure that person is her.
If you enjoy Crime and Punishment, have an email exchange with
Oh,
Lorraine.
come on, huh?
I mean that with love. I like those guys.
So
No,
we're
wait,
saying
that's
we're
Tolstoy.
leaving it up to y'all's discretion.
So we can call Nia
All right, so
or
leaders
text
B.
Nia.
The leadership
Like, I'm
team
just wondering
ensures
what the line is.
processes that develop, communicate, and maintain communication from stakeholders, which result in resolution of issues and concerns, supporting the strategic plan, desired cultures, and continuous improvement of the schools.
I don't know how I'm always first in these comments, but
It's just chronological, so you submitted before anyone else. That's it.
Well, so CSD Resolve is great, but I wonder the analyzing part is something I'm not aware of, right? So when CSD Resolve seems like a good way to address issues or concerns, but I'm not sure of the analysis process. I brought up SLTs again there. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep saying the CLC because I think it would be great if we could get people in a good place. It's a, how can I don't know how we analyze, how we address anything, quite frankly. We do a good job of like measuring student outcomes.
So on an annual basis, you do get the data for Resolve CSD. It's not something that we provide data on monthly, what have you. But I will be honest, Resolve CSD is only one component. Most people, if they want to, they send an email.
Or you?
Very few people, I'm gonna be honest, very few people email me.
Yeah, the board.
They email the board. Very few people email me. They do. Because most times when people are emailing me, they're emailing me about a student matter, and it's not governance related. It is how do you address the needs of students. They're not emailing me about that.
So I actually think there would be some benefit to having some sort of visibility into this is the number of emails on this topic, this is the general, customer sentiment analysis on that. I also know that's an enormous amount of work to put on any one person, and so this may be more for Eston, but I know there are great AI tools precisely for this thing out there now, right? That can just sit and count how much is coming across, synthesize the summary, and know. I would be interested in looking into some kind of tool or something that could, and maybe along with the annual Resolve CSD, here's the heat map of the 5 topics that the community was most active about, and the bulk of the comments on topic 1 related to this, the bulk of the comments on topic 2 related to this, blah, blah, blah. Something that can, I am very, very specifically not suggesting that this is a human task, right? Because that's a lot of work.
But I do think that we actually live in an environment now where there are very effective tools that could do.
I mean, I will say our survey results around the calendar, we hope, because that is large amount of information that we get. AI does help with that analysis versus back in the day.
Yeah, no, I know. Some poor schmuck had to go through.
Yeah, that poor schmuck is over there. Let raise your hands. Look at her. Remember that first analysis we did in this room in August of 23? We had to scan test every student data.
I just said that, I've really loved all the work that Safety and Technology has been doing to gather data and make that public on the website. I think we should have. Is
there anything, I'm not sure if I understand exactly what I'm.
Well, so this is a way.
Here's the actual. Two-way communication with stakeholders. Management of communications with the governance team, shared accountability and collaborative action in support of the strategic plan. Working with the superintendent establishes a process for monitoring and reporting the school system's performance.
That last one is what I'm really addressing, right? Because Resolve CSD, to Dr. Whitaker's point, is really a very small slice of the stuff that the community rates. And I'm talking about trying to resolve, not use resolve, trying to
Illuminate,
yeah.
analyze and illuminate what common things that can be found in other forms of communication.
Is that the process though? Because number 3, and that's why I focused on Resolve CSD, not because I necessarily think it is or isn't doing anything, but I couldn't identify any other process for monitoring and reporting the school system's performance in analyzing, addressing, and resolving.
So
we get emails and you might reply to them, but I didn't know any process that was there besides Resolve.
I think that
That's why we created Resolve.
Okay.
yeah, I think a tool is step one, so that we actually can get a picture of what it is, and then I think step 2 is what have we done to address, and maybe that's what we figure out. Step 1 is let's get visibility onto what's happening.
Are we gonna be able to, like, later, if I think you said earlier, Hans, like, hey, I need to think about this one. But like, are we gonna be able to follow up with some of this if we think of an idea or have?
Well, I do want to.
Madam Secretary.
So yeah, it's 2 things. One, I will name all the needs improvement standards. One is from Domain 1, governance structure. 2 is from strategic planning, and understanding, standard A on the, strategic plan. For Domain 3, you have standard A, standard B, and standard C. In the past, you only had standard C. So we've added additional, and we haven't hit policy development. So your action plan, so, or just so you know, from what you said are your needs improvement standards, you need targeted interventions to address, to use, true education language.
Okay.
When creating your action plan, we talked through board retreats, we talked through community meetings, and we talked through pre-work sessions on board days. Those are all of your times when you're engaging. You will probably if your needs improvement on almost every standard. I'm just letting you know where you're landing.
Policy development, leadership team promotes policy development aligned with the system strategic plan. These are the guidelines here. This looks like everybody put satisfactory, so here. That's it.
I mean, I do think comms is probably what we had the most issues, so.
Board meetings. Board announces and holds meetings in accordance with law. 5 satisfactory, 1 needs improvement.
One thing I wondered was, I didn't give it a needs improvement, but unaware, I don't know what the procedure is for the public to provide information, ideas, or input on agenda items besides email us, speak at public comment, and say, put this on the agenda next week.
My thought would be to contact your board member.
So that's the procedure. We're telling the public, like, because it felt to me like it should be written somewhere if it's written here. Typically, a procedure is like an actionable thing, right? Like, what are the procedures to take attendance? You pull up Infinite Campus, enter the student's name. So in this case, do we have anything written anywhere that tells people, because it's in the standard here, how the public gets to put input on an agenda item?
So I will say that annually, the board approves. Board member wants to add something. In addition to that, there is a process in the communication norms for how you would go about adding to something on the agenda that's not already in the BMOP. And then, I mean, constituents, we just put in there about constituents, and when they have questions and concerns, talking to you, and then you relating it.
I think where I'm struggling is, we talk a lot about the line between governance and operations, right? Earlier when we talked about K through 2, we were very clear there wasn't a vote, it was a discussion. And then when we move to these standards that have pretty objectively identified language, we're kind of like, well, someone could just email.
But I don't see here where it says about public adjusted, am I missing
It says
it?
procedure through which the public, D, can provide information, ideas, or input on agenda items. So I
We
wonder.
literally have a link that says, if you have information on an agenda item.
Okay, so that's our procedure. Okay.
Yeah, we created that this year.
Okay, is
But
that
for
with the public
adding-
comment information? Okay.
That's when the agenda is published, there's a way for them to, I did not know that.
But I think you're saying if they want to add, let's talk about, school food, and
Right,
we
and-
want to add that to the
Sure.
board agenda.
They need to go through their
they
board
need
member.
to-
Go through your board member.
Do we have that written somewhere?
It's in the com norms, isn't it? Like a board member can add something with a
No.
second.
I'm just thinking like on our
that's not-
website, we talk about public comment. Wait, can we just make it easier for people to understand how to do it? That's all. Don't we have a page-long detail, I thought, this board,
I mean,
about
to
within
to
the
be,
last year
to
about
be
public.
very, very specific, we don't actually say anywhere in this that the public can request agenda items. All they can do is provide input, information, or ideas on existing agenda items,
Okay.
right? So,
And that link, that is the procedure, is the link that is somewhere on
Yes.
the website.
and then an unwritten, if you will, procedure. I mean, I think that we're sort of all recognizing that if a member of the public came to one of us and said, hey, I wish you guys would do this as an agenda item, and you really think that's a good idea, then
Yeah.
bring it to the body.
Okay. This personnel, the Board of Education employs a superintendent who acts as the executive officer of the school system. Oh, no.
That was me, just because I'm not part of that.
Okay, everybody else is satisfactory.
Can I just specify there, because I'm sorry, I just read it the way it's written? That professional development plan is not a requirement, even though it says annual, right? That's contingent on the evaluation, which,
I'm about to send you guys something.
okay.
What?
Well, it's just weird because, when I think of a PDP, right, professional development plan, I know what that is, that's caused typically by something. But the way it was written here with evidence, it seemed to be that there should be a professional development plan, and I thought there wouldn't be unless there was something in the evaluation, kind of like you were citing for us board members now probably having to do additional.
I think I read that, I hear what you're saying, Tracy, but, or, I'm sorry, board, I understand. I'm reading that as in the event it's needed.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Which number?
That, it's two. So we set performance expectations, adopting the plan, adopting of the job description, and adoption of the professional development plan.
Yeah,
In that
it
case,
is.
it's implied if needed.
So, when I go to trainings to find out about the laws that we're going to, that are now going to be state law, it's so that I can do my job effectively. And that's there because some systems would say, well, you know, get it all on a webinar. But, you know, that's why that's there.
The only thing I didn't understand was number 6. No? That was a question, not a statement. That's me. I thought we needed to.
It's because I would, it's about hiring. It's the board's ethics of if I was going to hire one of your children or your.
We have all of those?
Yeah, we have a policy around hiring.
Yeah,
So
but none of us can have spouses or family members work in CSD, right?
Oh, okay, like, and so that's why it ties into ethics, like conflict of interest.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's satisfactory. All right, oh, there's a B. Evaluate the professional performance of the superintendent, 3 satisfactory, 2 that don't know.
We already discussed I think we answered to my input, and I didn't do it.
I'm new, so I didn't know.
Over there.
Yours was related, okay, so to.
Yeah, we already answered
earlier.
mine.
Okay, so I think this is
Satisfactory.
satisfactory.
All right,
So we haven't had another needs improvement.
No.
Wow.
that was satisfactory.
I was just making sure, because
Oh, okay, here we go.
I wasn't.
The personnel policy. School
Okay.
personnel policies that are in line with the strat plan and organizational effectiveness. Okay, board members do not engage in the implementation of personnel policy, including employment, assignment, or accept or reject recommendations.
And that's why that 5, once again, goes to domain 8 ethics.
Hold the superintendent accountable for all personnel in the system that are evaluated in accordance with the mission.
But then it's 5. So 5 isn't just about us board members.
It is
All,
Do we have
personnel policy.
ethics in general?
ethics, the domain of.
The only other thing I put here, and this is again was a question, not anything that I thought we needed to change, was I just needed clarification on evaluations. We assume that they're done. We cannot see them, but it says here that we hold you accountable for assuring that personnel are evaluated. So does that just mean that you have to tell us that they're done?
The charter.
And typically, to be honest,
Who
you
wrote
would know
charter?
it's things, so if evaluations aren't, and this is, I'm gonna be honest, something that I walked into coming new to the district, there was some period of times when evaluations weren't necessarily done with fidelity. And so I can't even imagine what that's like, but I will say I have a firm monitor because it is when it then came to you on a dismissal or what have you, that we weren't able to substantiate things. So that's what I've had to work through. But I can always just make sure you know that it's been done by end of year, according to dates.
What I was putting about the charter, Hans, and I think I confirmed it, is,
Karen,
sorry.
yeah, go on.
Just SLTs, right? effectively get some kind of say in the hiring of a principal?
There is a process by which, now, they don't hire them, but
Right, of
they're
course.
a part of the process.
Yeah. But the one thing I did wonder, and I have a feeling it's operational, but I'll ask, so I was looking back over our charter. Things it talks about is expanding our language. Anyway, I could come back to it and how that links then possibly to personnel, it's fine. I may have misunderstood.
All right, to finance, upon recommendation of the superintendent, adopt the budget that adheres to state law. Okay. Pretty satisfactory, one person doesn't know, two people need to.
So what I said here is that we get feedback, but I don't see the process for input. If those are meant to be separate actions, because I think its detail is input, review, and feedback. And so I also wondered then if our board priorities that are decided on in November, largely before lots of budget stuff is out there, actually negates any input. And then I looked at our budget feedback form, and it really conflates input and feedback. So I'm still going to recommend that when we are doing budget stuff, we have something that effectively says, this is our strategic accelerator, this is what we're looking at doing, and then we're getting input, because the input should be like about 30% according to one definition. Feedback just seems reactionary. So that's my feedback.
I don't know, I think that budget feedback thing is all wrong. Like, I think it's a lot of, I don't know if any comment we've gotten has changed anything directly. I think we do hear a lot of thoughts and mullings about how people feel about the process. But like I said, I think maybe we need to figure out exactly what we want feedback on and at what points in time, and exactly how it would be helpful for the finance team, and then exactly what we want to hear out of the process. But right now, it seems like, sometimes we get nothing, and then sometimes we get 100 comments, and then I personally am sometimes confused about what we're doing with them. Sometimes we'll get a lot of ECLC comments, sometimes we'll get a lot of teacher salary comments, and I think people are confused about what we're doing with them. So I think the whole process needs to be revised.
I think it would be helpful if we had a description of what the input is, and then, because I agree, I think one of the reasons that it's that way is because by the time we're getting feedback, the decisions have largely been made. And so I still don't know how we're using input here. And again, I just keep deferring to the language of the document.
What do you mean you don't know how? So
Well,
this just says seek input, right?
Well, so if you go back up to the standard.
Yeah. The governance
I'm sorry, I
leadership
can't,
team.
but on the screen,
Okay.
I can't see it.
You should.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So here,
Number 3, correct?
okay, is it number 3? Yes, input, review, and feedback, not input, review, or feedback. And again, I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm just asking, what's the input process that's different from the feedback process? And then, because I was curious, because I thought initially, I can't describe it, and that's always a problem for me if I'm, in any capacity. And then I Googled it, because I was like, well, how are organizations or entities discussing input different from feedback? Input is treated more in the planning phase. I think some identified it as 30%.
So one of the things in the revision of the called the feedback form because it's been named. I'm gonna start that. Always been there. It was here when I started. Like I didn't create it, but what we have said is now this is what is coming up. We would like your input because it's beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
This has been done, so now give us your feedback. You get to select. Are you going to tell us about it on the front end, which is what to me is defined, or give us the feedback So you can't create priorities at the end. Priorities must come first, and that is guidance that has to come from the board so that the administration can do the work.
I think the thing that I wondered about in the priorities is that sometimes it appears to be a more kind of global description of something we're trying to achieve, and then other times it's very specific to like an elimination of a position, which I guess goes back to your point, Carmen, that at times, sorry, this is just the way it's gonna be. But either way, I did feel like the priorities negated input. Well, we do the budget priorities in November, and I think for the last 2 Novembers, when we have them listed or we're discussing preliminary budget, last year I think we eliminated K through 2 assistant. This year
No,
the
that's
elimination.
the school allotment guideline, that's not the priority.
Okay, so then the budget priorities are shared during the same meeting that the SAG is.
The budget priorities are what we give you an initial draft of. that
During the
you-
board retreat, right? Okay, I don't know why, I'm just
You
wondering.
you get the SAG and the board retreat.
Okay.
You have to clarify the priority first so that we know what to do.
Do we give I mean, I'm sorry, I know we're having a long meeting, but I feel like what I remember is, I know SAG, but then we talk and because we had that screen this time, right? We looked at, I think maximizing QBE, and then it was like, hey, this is the priorities I hear, and then we come to the December meeting, but we do kind of start in a draft form during the board retreat.
No, they start in a draft form before then.
Okay.
You don't see the draft of the new SAG until the retreat.
I don't know, I think maybe with all feedback, with the budget especially, and I don't know, I do this when I'm solving problems at my primary job. I think the more narrow and specific you can be, the better off you are. You know, figure out what the problem is that you want to solve, and then who you want to give it to, and then craft your questions that way. So maybe we could think about, you know, if really some of the budget areas we want to massage are, you know, eliminating wasteful positions. So maybe we, you know, craft a quick survey and then we send it out to, you know, stakeholders, but maybe the stakeholders are them. Maybe it's them we're surveying. You know, the stakeholders may not be the broad populace, you know, but I think we need to really figure out, you know, how we're seeking stakeholder feedback, really narrow it down, craft the question, and then figure out who's going to be responsible for the feedback that we get. Because right now, I feel like we get it and it's like all up in the air. And I think that also contributes to people feeling unheard, because nobody's taking responsibility for feedback that we get.
I got maybe 10 more minutes.
Yeah, I've got a big baby.
Yeah. All right, that's satisfactory. This one is adopt policy for sound fiscal management and monitors the implementation of budget. Everybody put satisfactory for that? All right, perfect. What is that, it's satisfactory?
Satisfactory.
All right, adopt the policy for school safety plans, 5 satisfactory.
Oh, I just wanna, okay, so I put in something that was more contracts, which is definitely an overstep into operations. I just, which I've since learned, I've just been worried about, you know, safety is a really big priority for me. Like, how are we thinking about it in a way that doesn't, you know, contribute to the school to prison pipeline and disproportionately harm students? And one of the things I've been concerned about is, you know, how are we, like, education technology, specifically around safety, is so unregulated, and a lot of the statistics are based on, like, prevention, which of course is not really an accurate, like, something that you can count, aside from maybe, like, how many things you've detected, but, like, you know, there's even prevention of like, if you have a metal detector, like how many, you know, what is happening in the mind of a student, you don't know. So I've just been concerned about that. It's definitely a general point and not something the board.
Or something you want me to put here?
Yeah, I feel like please take into consideration is good, but, you know, choosing, continuing to be careful about who we're partnering with and what we're hearing. And
I'll be interested to see what happened on the House floor today.
Oh, but then it'll be legislated, right? We won't even get to decide.
And it goes all the way down.
But they don't sell the staff, do they? They just sell the equipment.
Well, it's like Centegix is an example. I mean, I think we're happy with the program, but that's mandated.
All right, superintendent accountable for school safety training, satisfactory. You okay with that? Policy for the mental health of students and staff.
So I
Implementing assessment addresses mental health needs of staff and students through strategic plans.
Now, this is interesting, because I gave this satisfactory, but now that I'm reading what y'all are saying, I am thinking,
I put satisfactory. I think that those are good points. I think that those are very much principal level, school level points. I think the superintendent, we've gotten reports on all of these policies.
that second bullet point really is transitioning between schools and the recognition that we have. I can't speak firmly as to where things are today, but we certainly have been have had room to improve between what we do at an elementary versus what happens at at the middle school. And there are multiple parents that have been unhappy with that particular transition and the services they received through that transition. Not necessarily because they received the wrong services, but because the manner in which the changes were communicated alienated them. I think that there is some improvement we can do there, so that the
Remember, you just approved the addition of a FTE.
Yep.
what about the now that I'm reading it, also the mental health needs of staff? So I'm hearing a lot about students. Sense.
The EAP information, the HR's recharge information, we submit all of that. We kind of talked about.
So are we giving this a satisfactory?
Yeah.
Are there any comments I should put here?
I think it could be improvement, but obviously I go with the full board.
I think the comments that we're concerned on the implementation of some of the services that happen, aware of that, and add it to KPIs for both of us and superintendent moving forward.
Particularly in that elementary to middle transition. And I agree, like, that's exactly what we hired the person.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you just approved the FTE, so, I mean.
We had a conversation once about how maybe in a school you worked in or like a peer, they like went through and had a student put a sticky note on like an adult that was like the trusted adult, and then the teachers in turn like flag students that they knew were like their trusted students, and like, I thought that was
And that's, you know, not to call out Frances, but specifically, she reports on that twice a year to the board. Like, it's literally KPI. It's there.
Okay. Board adopts a budget with funding for school safety. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, the only thing I wondered for the effectiveness, I love that kind of return on investment presentation with technology, and so
Can you scroll up to see?
I realize this is a new thing, it's a new standard, now the state might be mandating stuff.
Part of it is that we're executing what the state has forced us to execute. So it's more like the metrics are we doing what the state said we need to do?
But you have to realize some of the things that we started was before the state.
No, I get it, yeah.
Yeah, it is, the risk assessment of me walking in, and without a formal document, but walking the building of Decatur, there were safety alarms going off like this in my head. I mean, and that's just because we just lack the systems, the processes, and the people. All three.
I think this is satisfying. That marked the end
I think,
of our day.
March the end of our day.
The end of it.
I know.
I don't think it's,
I can't leave.
Gotta close it down. Here's the paper.
All right, thank you, board, for your participation. Thank you for attending the board retreat. Our next Board of Education meeting will take place as scheduled on March 10th, 2026 at the Wilson Center. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 5:11